Alright, hello everyone. Let's see if this is working. It does work. I like it. Alright. So it works. Alright, so we have that working. Okay. No, I want to pull up my streams. Why is there two? Oh, because there's a portrait. So it gives me two? Oh, that's kind of interesting. It gives me two options now. Interesting. Because this is the first stream that I'm doing a dual output. So if you guys are watching on your phones, there's a better version. Well, on Twitch, it doesn't let me do it on Twitch, which is whatever. This is the first stream that I'm doing. Oops. Okay. So I have these pulled up. I'm gonna lay these down. Alright. I'm still in the queue, so I think I'm gonna do some dailies. Oh, I read something about shadows. To really get some good, like that. This really helps. Yeah, this really helps the frames. So I'm gonna do little shadows. I've been having like frame issues, and I'm just like I don't know. Anyways, let's. What are we doing? I'm just gonna do some dailies. Do dailies and then weeklies, and then hopefully with that we'll go into. Okay, this is all weekly. Renown hard, elite enemy, combo. That's it.
So that's my idea.
So that's my idea. Blah blah blah. Boom. Daily done. One daily done. Combo or we can do a rift. If I do a rift, which is over there, that'll be all we need. Oh, I need to look at something real quick. Oops. No. Can we like lock that in? No, not like that. Lock that in. Hide for oh, got it. Okay. No, I want that. Where is that? Override box. I gotta unlock that. Actually put that like that. There we go. That's good. Yeah, I'm not using the chat on the horizontal, like that's not happening, because that's silly. That's very silly. What is this? I don't know what that is. Put that there. I don't want that. I don't want that. there. That there, that's fine. I think this should be fine now. Okay.
Oh, I do hope they're being careful with those samples. Which one is
Is that still? Oh, this is still going. Okay. I was like, well, I wonder if the rift is still going, because I spent about 10 minutes hanging out, doing whatever. I hate these rifts. I hate these rifts. I hate these rifts. These kinds of rifts are the worst ones. They're so much harder for no reason. Literally no reason at all to make these that hard. Yeah, you failed that. Cool. Fucking hate those rifts. Those rifts, they fail so easily. Even like tier 1, when you have 5 people, you can fail that because the enemies scale up so high and you can't defeat them in time to not have them go into the portal. And it's like, why is this the thing? Why are they like this? Why are these rifts like this? Just make them. I mean, I get the. Okay, excuse me.
Right?
Stop it!
I got assigned to collect
Oh my god! Can I please? Oh god, it's another one of these.
Any you could grab for me
It's
would
another
be a
one of
big help.
these. But yeah, it's just a lot with this particular kind of rift. It's very hard to like do them sometimes. Yeah, this elite enemy is gonna escape. Yeah, when they like turn into elites, you can just forget it. Like, there's no way that you're gonna stop them in time. Die. Inquest. Oh, that guy escaped. Great. Also takes way longer to do these than the regular kinds of rifts. Way more time investment. Alright, that should be all of my dailies done within 15 minutes. I really wish they would get more creative with these. Because, I mean, let's be real, these are so easy to do for anyone. Alright, while we're still waiting, this is never gonna pop. I haven't done any World vs. World. I've been so busy this entire weekend that I have had no chance to play this, so I hate that it's only a week long too. But that's fine. Group events. We can do Fractal. We can just do a quick play Fractal. Events in Maguma or Saitong Province. Tribulation Cavern is fairly easy. Champions pretty easy. Just that kind of stuff. Just the regular shit. So let's do a quick play. Quick play Fractal. Oh, I want to check something real quick. Quicker play. Let me into the quicker play, please. Please, please, please. There we go.
Ah, an underground facility. Strange. I'm reading myriad signals. And who is that with you? A Norm boy and a female char?
Carrie, got it. Okay, don't follow too close. These things can spit hot rocks. Here we go.
Kind of loud. I'm gonna lower that to like halfway.
We can
I don't need a blasting.
spread out. Giant flames.
Ooh, that Guild Wars 1 music? That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. I haven't really even had, like, talking about Guild Wars 1, I haven't had a chance to really play it at all. I've been wanting to jump back into it. I'm probably gonna stream some this week, so we'll see some Guild Wars 1. Alright, I'm gonna get this right here. I want more of that Unbound magic. Unbound magic. Where is it? Oh, it's right. Oh, he's not dead. I hate those oozes. The Uzis. I get that. Nope, I don't want to talk to you. I want to do this.
Knock, knock. Exterminators here.
Knock, knock. Exterminators here.
That'll do. Stay alert. Underground is-
Always like this cavern. Always like this like underground. I don't know. There's something about the underground that I really like in Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1 had like really cool biomes underground and like really cool areas. I really wish, I really hope that one of the mini expansions will take us underground. At least a little bit. At least some like you can go into like caverns and stuff like that. I mean, I don't expect any like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom style like deep underground like world that we go to. Would be cool, but I doubt it. But you know, just a few maps underground would be really nice. I would enjoy that a lot.
Come on, Frostbite. Let's go.
Are you serious? What the fucking hell was that?
Ignore the pain. Move.
Can you guys activate this thing, please? Jesus. That was stupid. They're all using those light weapons. I'm using my handy dandy little slingshot because I love it. One of my favorite skins in the game.
Believe me, I do.
We're testing weapons here. Captured prisoners.
sword and axe.
Begin test now.
Sword axe. Sword axe.
Now this weapon I
Interesting warrior. Oh, it's a paragon. Okay.
But I need some. Just die already. My food's getting cold.
My food's getting cold. I feel like I've done this fractal like hundreds of times, and I feel like I've never heard that line before. But then again, I'm an idiot, so.
What that sound feel like? It feels like pain.
Oh.
Let me adjust the kill.
Yo. Yo. Get out of here. There goes your what? Promotion? Where are you going? Where are you going? This way? This way? This way? Okay. It's like the last one that I picked. So we need to do events in Maguma Jungle, and what was the other area? There's another one. There was Maguma Jungle and another one. I gotta check. I got to check. It was Maguma Jungle and where? Oh, just like group events. Oh, okay, that's fine. So we'll just go to the Maguma Jungle, hang out there for a little bit. Caledon Forest. Caledon Forest. I got mail. Just to my daily shit. How much of that do I have? I've been storing 66. That's pretty good. I'm storing a lot. I haven't really opened anything. I have all these materials and things. Just things. Just things. Ooh, Sylvari rescued. We can go do that. There's new people around. I want to let them get this person over there if they want to get us. If they want to get some credit. But they better act fast. It's going like a clearance sale over here. Bam.
By the tree, that was wondrous.
Bam. Bam. Bam, 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 bam.
My gratitude
Just
is
auto-attacking until... Oh. I'm going really slow. I like to go slow when I'm in starting areas like this. Oh, that other person's probably doing that other event. Which, if I do this fast, I can probably do the other event too.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna do this real quick.
Thanks. I'm so grateful.
Goodbye. Whee. Oh, there's a lot of people here. MMO Juki. Oh my goodness. Half-eaten hammer. Mmm. Delicious. What hole do we pull that out of? Boom. Get him, guys. Do it.
Stay close. They won't ignore our trespass here.
Guys, down here.
Ha! Defeating the undead was easier than I'd imagined. This battle is over.
So, you think you're strong enough to stand against Satan? Gonna need to teach you what happens when you challenge death.
Okay, bye.
No! How could you?
Get out of here.
All your allies will serve the might of Satan.
There's no way I could slay my own pet. I'll have to find others to put her to rest.
Oh, really? Alright, we're getting the heck out of here. I want to use a different mount. What do I have here? Oh, my chicken! I'm gonna use my chicken. It makes little chicken noises. I haven't been using my raptor at all. Which is so interesting, right? I love that, like, the raptor was the first one that they ever introduced. You know, the first one you unlock, and, like, you know, it's the first mount, right? Is like the raptor. And that being the one that, like, is not getting upgraded at all, right? Like, we have seen, we've like we've actually seen, out of the 3 that were upgraded, two were ones that didn't come with the initial release, right? Like, one being Skyscale, the other one being the Warclaw, right? They didn't come with the initial you know, pack of mounts or whatever, right? The like Path of Fire, which was the release that had all of them. So it's kind of weird to think about that like these upgraded ones are the ones that came later, you know, except for the Skimmer now, but the Skimmer is also one of the ones that's like least used. I think next to the Springer, I feel like, you know, it's not really being used anymore. But I don't know. Oh no. Oh. It's so interesting seeing new people play this game and not understanding what it means to play this game. It's super cool. I love it because it just reminds me of like exactly how I felt playing this, right? Like, coming from Guild Wars 1, this is such a different game and it works so differently. And, you know, obviously for me, I understood the game a lot better than other people did because I watched all the trailers and I watched all the interviews and I watched all the things, so I knew how all of it worked. I knew that, like, dynamic events were like the quests around the world, and that's kind of like what you do, is like do dynamic events, right? But like these people are coming from something like WoW and have no idea what it means to just go around the world and do events, right? Like, they come from Final Fantasy 14 that had like fates, you know, which is kind of like a light events. They're not quite the same. Oh god, one of the hounds is infected. We see a very rare skin there. And then he dies. It's very sad. Oh god, we're having the hounds die like crazy here. And then they actually have I think little like little baby spiders. They come out of their bodies. It's kind of weird. It's very gross, actually. Like these Sylvan Hounds getting like infected by by poisonous spiders, and then they die, and out of their bodies come like small little baby spiders. Kind of gross. Kind of gross thought, but really cool. I love it. It's like a part of the world building, right? It's like environmental storytelling. Like, it doesn't tell you that that's what's happening to them, but it shows you, which is really cool. So. So the vibe, I mean, it's a great game, and it's come, like, since Heart of Thorns, the game has come a long way. And right now, I want to say, you know, if you look at, like, the last 5, because Heart of Thorns was what, like, it was like 12 years ago now? Like 11 years ago, something like that. But if you compare it, like, if you look at the game in like the last 5 years, it's probably in the best place it's been since like COVID. Probably. Like it's in a really good spot right now. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, people always ask, like, is it a good time to come back into, you know, go in, like, get back into the game or whatever? It's always a good time, right? Because with Guild Wars, the thing is you never lose your progress. So it's like, you know, if you reach level 80 and you get max armor, you will always be valid in any content. Like, yeah, maybe you have to switch your build around because they do balance updates and they add like new elite specializations and stuff like that. But when it comes to like equipment and stuff, like once you have ascended gear, like you're set, right? So it's never a bad time to go back into Guild Wars. It's super fun. I mean, as you can see, oh, thank you so much for following. You know, as you can see, there's always like a lot of, that was probably through that was really loud, I'm sorry. But there's, you know, there's always, there's so many new people playing as well, so you're never not gonna have people around. Like, all of these people are, I mean, this person's probably not new, but there's new people around, so the maps are pretty populated. There are certain maps that don't necessarily have anyone in them. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking for something to just like hang out and like, you know, just play. The thing is, Guild Wars 2 is a very different kind of MMO. So if you're looking for like a traditional MMO experience, you might not necessarily get that here. But you'll get a good experience, right? Like that's the thing. There's a lot to see and do in the game. So I would recommend it. I mean, you know, if you still have it, like, just download it and like make a character and play around. Like I said, they just have there's always something going on. And we actually have February 3rd is going to be a new update coming out. So there's people are getting ready for that, and it's going to be a big update for raiding. So the raiding scene is probably going to expand. So if you're actually looking to get into like some good end game and want to do some raiding, you know, if you're like one of those MMO players that likes that hardcore content and stuff, this coming update, see, there's like, these are all like new players. Like this is definitely, I mean, I don't know if that's a new person or not, but I could be wrong, but they look like they're a new person. But there's people playing everywhere. This is a starter map. Get out of here. But yeah, so raids will be updated next Tuesday. Big patch coming out with raiding and wardrobe. There's a wardrobe update as well for like fashion and stuff. We don't know what that entails. They haven't given us any details yet. Probably tomorrow or Wednesday or something, we're gonna get like a breakdown of what that means. But yeah, this current expansion is doing really good. People are really liking the new expansion that's currently going on. Yeah, so it's definitely a good time to like. I think people are having a really good time with this game. There's a couple of like sour points, and a lot of people are still kind of the last two expansions haven't been the best, because ArenaNet switched over to like a new format of doing content, and the first two expansions on that, the initial releases of those were really good, and then the post-launch updates weren't that great, and a lot of people were a little bitter about that. So you might still run into like a little bit of that, but for someone like, also since you haven't played in that many years, also like there is a lot of content. There is a shit ton of content. Like it's obscene how much they have added in that time frame. There's a lot to go through. So if you're a fan of the story in the world, and like going back to like, you know, I mean, just, you know, some of these areas, like there's a lot to do for sure. Faux shizzle. I mean, I have like how many hours do I have now? I have almost 11,000 hours in the game. And for me personally, someone that doesn't raid, like I haven't raided at all, there's like content to do. There's definitely stuff to do, and things to see. So I do recommend it for sure. And like the new elite specializations, I think overall, all of the ones that have been added over the years have been received fairly well. Do I need to do anything but attack these? I gotta capture them, that's right. And then just bring them back. So there's a lot of like fun ways to like, even if you know, at the time maybe played a ton and you played a lot of like, I don't know, like Chronomancer, for example, right? Which was the elite specialization that came out with Heart of Thorns for the Mesmer, right? We have got some really good ones. Mirage for Path of Fire. We got oh god, I can't think of it. It's the ones with the blades. I forgot what it's called. For the Mesmer. That one is really like popular right now. It's a really strong one. And then we just got like a music themed one with the latest expansion. So there's a lot, and they added like new weapons as well, and so there's a lot. Like the spear is really popular, which was one of the expansions, added spears to every profession on land. And so I think the Mesmer was one of those that was really well received. The spear on Mesmer, people love it, and it looks really pretty. Like it has really cool animations. I think it's used in a ton of builds too, so it's super viable. So there's definitely a lot that's been added into the game. There's been a lot of like quality of life updates. There's been a ton of those. So there's definitely a crap ton if you haven't played in like 10-11 years. There's a lot to go through. And even like, that's the thing, is like a lot of people might think like, oh, do I have to get, like, actually if you haven't played in a long time, you might not want to necessarily get the expansions right away. You might want to like kind of play through and wait until they go on sale. I don't know if they're on sale right now or not, but I think can I just grab one of these experiments? Can I just grab? Oh, I think they're just, okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, just to check it out, you don't necessarily even have to get the expansions. If you own like Path of Fire, you might just want to like jump in and create a character, right? And just like play through that again, kind of see if you are really interested in the expansions. In the other expansions, because that's the thing, right? Like, even if you don't have any expansions, like the core game is free to play, and so you can get to max level for free, right? And so you get a lot, and you can even try out other things like World vs. World and fractals and stuff like that. There's a lot. that you can do even on a free-to-play account. I'm trying to get into, like, this is how busy we are right now, right? Like, this is, I've been in the queue for over 30 minutes now to get into World vs. World. So the game is super populated. I cannot even get in there because we have a World vs. World bonus event going on right now. And I'm trying to, I haven't done any of it, as you guys can see. And I'm trying to get some, I want to get some of these rewards. I need tickets really bad. Oh god, so much. There's so much. Oops, I don't want to be a chicken. What am I doing here? Ooh, Castoran. Yeah, definitely do that. Clock me as a Mesmer. Really? Oh my god, that was so funny. That's really funny. Because I literally just picked that randomly. But yeah, Mesmer is doing really well right now, I think. They've done some updates to Chronomancer. I think Chronomancer's in a really good spot, which was the Heart of Thorns expansion. They just did a... it was January 13th, I want to say, was a patch, was a balance patch, and I think they updated like Chronomancer. I think it's in a good spot. I don't really play Mesmer. Troubadour, which is the like musical themed elite specialization, I think is doing really well from this expansion. So Mesmer is pretty good. I like using Mirage, which was the Path of Fire elite specialization. Am I not looking in the right, like, where are these experiments? Do I need to go farther out?
Things back to the column.
I don't see any things, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean things? But yeah, definitely, I would definitely recommend it. Definitely super, super fun. New expansion is like beach, almost like mostly beach themed. It's like jungly and beach themed. Really cool. Great setting. Awesome stories. The mini expansions that they've been releasing have been dealing with, like, you know, if you're a fan of the lore. I mean, I don't know. You know, there's all kinds of different MMO players. So I don't know if people are interested, like, if you're interested in lore or what. But they've been tackling the elder races. So we're dealing right now with the Seers, and we're getting like a ton of information on the Seers and learning about their like culture and their civilization, and like we're like really uncovering a lot of the secrets of way back when kind of thing. So oh, mini Doliac, get that Doliac, get that mini Doliac.
Don't get too close, but don't let them get away.
Get it. Oh my god, can you stop being invulnerable, please? There we go.
Huge cage and put a flock of fireflies inside. It would be translucent and they'd light it up. Now that is a great
idea. And of course, there's also the idea that ArenaNet is working on Guild Wars 3 right now. That's like a big subject that's kind of going on. They've been like, for the last few years, there was a post made recently about someone that was actually trying to, I saw a post the other day about someone that was trying to get a job at ArenaNet for Guild Wars 3 specifically. And this was like a few years ago apparently that they were applying for that. And so like we've been seeing job postings, and we've been hearing about Guild Wars 3 being in the works. So we don't know how far along it is, but you know, if they've been hiring for a few years, they're probably doing they're probably like, you know, just working on stuff. I don't know, but I don't know how soon we're gonna see anything of it. I don't know if we're gonna see any type of like videos about it, trailers, concept art, hear anything about it. ArenaNet is one of those, like, they don't talk about it until they feel comfortable talking about things like that. So but it bodes well for the future of the company. You know, they're probably gonna do the same thing with Guild Wars 2 that they did with Guild Wars 1. Where they're gonna stop doing any type of production for it, which actually is not true anymore. They actually have a team working on Guild Wars 1 right now. So it's called the 2 weeks team. which is previous ArenaNet employees. They got together, they're like developers, and they got together, and they've been working on Guild Wars 1. So we've actually been getting minor updates to Guild Wars 1, and with like almost promise that there's going to be more content for Guild Wars 1. We don't really know to what extent or like how far they're going to be doing these, and like how much we can expect. You know, the size of those. Like, I don't think we're gonna see new expansions, but there could be like certain quests or something that we can see in there, maybe some new skills or something, I don't know. But yeah, I think with Guild Wars 2 they might be looking into doing the same thing there. I have a feeling they're gonna be doing you know, like they're gonna leave the servers on, so you know, even people that don't necessarily want to jump into Guild Wars 3, they can still play Guild Wars 2, right? They did that with Guild Wars 1. I don't see why they wouldn't do that with Guild Wars 2. It's probably going to be a lot smaller, like servers and stuff like that. It's probably not going to be as massive, the amounts of servers and stuff. But yeah, they're probably going to do that. So I think overall, because you know, I talk about that because with Guild Wars 1, you were able to earn rewards in Guild Wars 2 when that was announced, right? And so a lot of people, I saw a post where like almost universally everyone agreed that they're going to be doing the same thing for Guild Wars 3, where you're going to be earning rewards for Guild Wars 3 and Guild Wars 2. And I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment, and I think that that's probably going to happen like that. So, you know, again, we don't know what kind of game Guild Wars 3 is going to be, but it's going to be nice to be able to jump in and, you know, maybe be ready for that moment where they're like, hey, yeah, if you do this and this and this, right? Like, you can kind of have characters already ready for that. You know, if you've played through that. I don't know. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are kind of hoping for, like...
So many husks.
We must be close. And myself included, I'm hoping that ArenaNet is gonna do like a mix and match of the two games where they pick like the best of Guild Wars 1 and the best of Guild Wars 2 and kind of combine both of those together and create like a Guild Wars 3 that kind of is like a mix between the two games. You know, like take all the quality of life stuff that we have in Guild Wars 2, but take like maybe some of the like the dual classing that we have in Guild Wars 1, kind of like, I think a lot of people miss that a little bit, and create like a different game, like a amalgamation of both of those games. So, but yeah, so it's definitely, you know, because that's another thing that I think a lot of people, when it comes to MMOs, there's always that question of like, well, you know, if I dive into the game, you know, does the game have a future? Because it always sucks to, like, you know, you got to think about something like New World, for example, which is going to be shutting down next year, right? And they just had an expansion that came out. And so when that expansion came out, they had all these new people that were jumping into that game, only for like a month or two later be told, hey, by the way, the game that you're really getting into right now, this MMO that you're getting into, yeah, it's going to be shutting down. And like, there's really no reason for you to play anymore because all of your progress is going to be gone, and like, you know, whatever, right? You only have like a year to really play this game, and that's it, right? And so that's you know, I feel like when it comes to MMOs, that's always the question. Like, am I going to be playing this game for years, or am I going to be like jumping into the game only for them to shut down like a year later, right? Like that's always the fear. I think that MMO players have in the back of their mind, like, because they want to go into a game that they can really, like, oh man, I really want to get into it, and like maybe join like a community of people and stuff. And yeah, and I don't think that fear exists with Guild Wars 2. Not right now. There was a time, and that's why I talked about like 5 years ago, there was a time right around COVID. I don't know, I think it was right before COVID happened, so it was like 2019, I want to say, where there was legit concerns about not just the game shutting down, but like ArenaNet completely closing its doors and being shut down as a studio. And like there was legit concerns where it was like, Yeah, we don't like ArenaNet like might not be a thing anymore. You know, like Guild Wars might be completely done. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, like it just might be over, right? There was legit concerns, and from what we can tell, from what we can see, obviously they weren't. They were a little transparent about it. They did show us. They did talk about some of those things a little bit, but ArenaNet is a very like hush hush kind of company. They don't talk about those things a lot. And I think from what we can tell, they went through that. They went through that and they came out of it, and they're kind of doing really well right now. From what we can tell, obviously there's probably a lot of things internally that is going on that we don't really know. But from what we can tell, you know, they've been expanding the partner program. That's how I got into the partner program, because, you know, obviously I'm a small content creator and whatever, but they've been expanding, and they've been trying to kind of revitalize a little bit on the partner program, and they've been trying like new things, different things, you know, with the mini expansions, stuff like that. So it looks like they're trying to make it work, and they're trying to make it sustainable for them. New World, that was me. Oh, really? New World has such promise, right? Like, I actually played in the alpha of New World. I actually, through my ex, got an alpha code, and I fell in love with it, right? I was never really able to fully get into it. There's something about it that never really clicked for me, but I loved it for what it was. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it was definitely, I enjoyed New World, and I was really, there was actually a point where I was like, man, I'm really going to get into it, and it was right before it was shut down, and then the expansion for Guild Wars 2 came out, and I was very, you know, I was making content, making videos, like, for Guild Wars 2, obviously, you know, I make a ton of videos on YouTube for Guild Wars and stuff, so I was busy doing that, and I was kind of taking a break from from New World, and then next thing you know, they have the expansion come out, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's getting shut down. I was like, oh no, I'm like, great, I can't actually get into it as much as I wanted to, you know? So it's unfortunate, and it sucks, but I think the thing that I like about Guild Wars and ArenaNet is, like, they seem more so than maybe not necessarily as like as heavily as some companies are, but more so than other companies. They feel like it feels like the company is run by people that actually play video games, and that actually kind of care, and you can kind of feel the passion in it, where a lot of MMOs you kind of go in and you're just like, okay, you have no passion for this, you probably don't play this game yourself, and you're just here for a paycheck kind of thing, you know what I mean? But with ArenaNet, I feel like there is not as much anymore. I think back in the day there was a lot more people that there was a lot more passion in the, and maybe it's because they have mostly kind of garnered new people in there. It seems like, you know, they had like a huge amount of layoffs around that time, where it talked about like they were gonna shut down and stuff, or they might have shut down or whatever. There was a huge amount. There was like 120 people that were like let go, and it came to like a complete surprise to them. Like, they had no idea this was happening. This was completely just like dropped on them, to the point where, like, even at the end of all of that, the last founder, because there was 3 founders of ArenaNet, and the last founder that was the president at the time, he actually left the company. I think it was like one of those things where he was like, you know what, I don't want to, like, I think there was like a moment of realization for him where he's like, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna do something else. But I think with that change came just like a bunch of new developers in there that don't necessarily have that like heart and soul that was like, oh, Guild Wars 2 is my baby, right? They came into a game that was already like, you know, 6, 7, 8 years you know, like released and like had been in production for like 10 years or whatever, right? Like at that point, because it's always like MMOs are like constant productions, right? They're like always producing new things and new content, right? And so as these came in, that wasn't, you know, these developers probably don't think of Guild Wars 2 as their babies anymore, as like, oh, this is the game that like I was there like when it was conceived and stuff like that. But these are like people jumping into a thing that's already well established, right? So it's probably, like I said, it's probably like still there's passion there, but it's probably like a different kind. It's like a passion for like making games in general, rather than like specifically you know, Guild Wars and ArenaNet and stuff like that. So, but I think overall they're doing really well, and I'm really hoping, like, one of the things that I'm really hoping is that this time around they can figure out how to make this mini expansion really stick, right? And like really make it feel, because like I said, the last two the first two mini expansions that we got, they were just the initial release was really good, and then everything that came after that felt like it fell so flat, and it felt so it was like missing heart, and it was like the content was very weak, and it like the finale to most of those, like a lot of people kind of had the reaction of like, oh, that's it, oh, okay, oh, I guess we're done. Like it's like one of those, you know. So I'm really hoping that this time around they're doing good. But it also, again, it depends on like what kind of content people care about. Because you know, Guild Wars 2 specifically as an MMO has just so many different kinds of things to offer for people, right? Like they're now looking into expanding the raiding scene, and really so to get more into like the raiding stuff. So on Tuesday, next Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next Tuesday, we're getting an update where Strikes, which was almost like I guess they're called like trials in Final Fantasy XIV. They're like raid-like encounters, but they're just a single boss. They're not like that you have multiple bosses that you go through and defeat. It's just like one boss that you fight. And so these were released with Icewood Saga, or they started, you know, being released with Icewood Saga, and they've released Strikes over the years. They kind of stopped now in the last few years, but they released these. These are actually going to be kind of brought into raids, and they're going to be called raid encounters. And so they're creating like a whole new UI to get into raiding, and they're gonna have a quick play, which is like you're gonna get it automatically matched with 9 other people to go into raids. And so they're kind of like updating this. There's going to be leaderboards for them, so people are going to be doing like world records and stuff like that, and that's going to be like official. They used to always do those, but they were like unofficial, right? They were like unofficial records. Like there was no actual like, you know, ArenaNet like supported way of knowing who was like the leading people, you know, that had the world record or whatever. It was always like these unofficial, like, oh, this guild has this record on this, you know, the fastest kill on this or whatever, right? But this is actually becoming like there's gonna be leaderboards, there's gonna be quick plays, and they're including all of this. They're kind of streamlining all of the rewards. They're including the strike rewards and the vendors and those things that you could buy into the raid encounter, or the raids, the raid vendors and stuff like that. So they're doing a big update for raids. And as someone that I have raided before, and I used to have a group of friends that I would raid with infrequently. I haven't raided though seriously in years now, and I'm looking into like at least doing the quick play version and like going into it and maybe trying it out again. So hey, how are you, Nix? Yeah, the new rating system is looking interesting. Like I said, for me personally, sorry. For me personally, like I don't raid, but I'm definitely interested in like at least doing the quick play and being able to get some of those rewards that I've missed out over the years. getting some of those skins that I kind of maybe want, and those types of things, you know. So it's great to know that I feel like one of those things that really enables ArenaNet to do is to make really good, like, unifying those systems and having a robust system for endgame with streamlined rewards and you know, these ways to access those systems and stuff. I think that enables them to later on really work on that and, like, you know, bring in new raids and raid encounters and feeling confident in, like, hey, this is gonna land really well, even if the raid itself isn't that good. Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, with Giant Wilds, we got the Fractal, right? And the Fractal, I'm gonna be honest, I think was one of the worst Fractals, and like, it felt very lazy. I mean, if you guys are interested in what I thought about Giant Wilds, I do have a review on my YouTube channel, but anyways, I really love the world of Guild Wars, and I talk a lot about the lore. I make a lot of lore videos and stuff, and to me, honestly, it was just like, it just felt so it didn't feel good. It was like, it was very lazy. It was very, like, not what, I don't know. It wasn't good. To me, it wasn't good. But nonetheless, because of how robust the Fractal system feels, it's not necessarily that bad. Like, you still want to play it. Just because the system and the rewards that you can gain from it is good. So you kind of are like, you know, you kind of accept that it's a bad Fractal. And you can accept that because the overall experience of going into Fractals and doing, like, daily Fractals and getting those rewards and stuff like that, that's a robust, like, if that makes any sense, what I'm trying to say. So, like, even if they add, like, a raid encounter or a raid that is maybe not as good, having those systems to that you access those and the rewards that you can get and stuff be really good, is still gonna make that, like, very valid content to play, right? And still makes it worthwhile for them to create. So I like it. I think I'm very excited about that. I think that's one of the things that ArenaNet has really nailed with these mini expansions, is looking at the old systems and revitalizing those and creating these, like, streamlined experiences for those systems, you know. Oh, Skyla pointed me to you because she found out I love Guild Wars 1 and said, you know what? It's really funny that you say that. So yes, she actually, she told me about that. She actually messaged me and she was like, hey, she randomly messaged me one day and she was like, hey, so, it was something about you guys, like, we're doing, like, trivia or something. She's, like, part of your guild or something. And she was like, yeah, so I'm part of this guild and they do trivia, and, I don't remember, like, what she said, but she was like, oh yeah, and I pointed them out, or pointed you out to them, and they followed you on Twitch, and I was like, oh, okay. But it was so funny because at the time that she said that to me, I wasn't really streaming that much, and, like, the stuff I was streaming wasn't really Guild Wars, and I was like, oh, well, I hope they don't like feel like I don't play Guild Wars anymore because I haven't really been streaming Guild Wars 2, or I was streaming Guild Wars 1 at the time, but a little bit at least. But it was just kind of, I was like, ooh, well, I hope that they don't forget why they, like, you know, that they followed me or whatever. I don't know, but a trivia event for the guild, and I love that. That's amazing. You know, what really intrigued me about that is because I've always wanted to do that. I've always told myself that if I ever become, like, a bigger content creator, which, you know, obviously hasn't really happened for me, but, and I doubt it will, but, you know, if in that case that ever happened to me, I would want to host, like, a Guild Wars, like, trivia thing, where I take, like, other content creators, and we kind of like sit down and we do like an on-stream like trivia thing where I ask people like Guild Wars lore questions, because I think there's some really cool stuff. There's like one like randomly, you know, throughout my day I will come up with like random things where I'm like, oh man, I could definitely like ask that as like a question on like a trivia night, right? And I was just like, but like there's no substance to any of that, where I'm like, I haven't at all you know, like come up with like a way of really doing it or whatever. It's just like random questions where I'm like, oh, I could ask that. I'm like, O'Reilly, there's nothing, we're not doing any of this. This is not happening. I don't know why you're thinking of these things. But yeah, so I know you followed me on Twitch, but like my main platform is YouTube, and so if you don't see me streaming a lot, it's because I just kind of I do YouTube stuff usually. I stream on YouTube as well, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not a big streamer. I'm trying to get more into streaming again. I'm always like, I have like a love-hate relationship with streams. I really do. I don't want to do that event, by the way. That's why I'm avoiding that. I'm just walking away. I spent days coming up with 25 questions. I heard was figuring out a balance between common knowledge and obscure stuff. Same name, you said? Yeah, it's a Raleigh. It has the same icon as well, which is my little owl. So if you see that on YouTube, it's the that is my channel. So, and I stream on there as well. But that's my I have like 1,000 videos on my channel, and I want to say about 60 to 70% of those are like Guild Wars related videos, like streams. I have a bunch of shorts. If you're looking for more trivia too, I have like a series of shorts that I have on my YouTube channel that are all like little facts about Guild Wars 2, where I have like there's 99 like there's 50 shorts. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. There's 99 facts because there's 50 parts that I had, and one of the parts was only one fact that I had, but there's 99 little like obscure little, some of them are like there's one early one that I did where I talked about Isgarin, and that was before we had like Secrets of the Obscure, and so I talked about Isgarin being in his tower and like, you know, sending the elementals down into Garenhov and stuff. Obviously that's kind of now with you know, post Secrets of the Obscure and all the things that we've gotten is kind of like a weird you know, it's not really valid anymore, but there's definitely probably a ton that you could use for like another trivia night. So have a look at it, you know, if you're interested in doing that, because that's kind of my thing. So I have I've been doing like the little did you knows of Guild Wars now for 3 years now. 4 years? 3 years? I think I started in 2022. 2023? I don't know. But anyways, I've been doing it for a few years. But I also have, if you're interested, there's another series of videos that I did. It's not shorts, but videos that were animal facts. And there's 5 of them. There's 5 videos, but they're full of like 20, I think there's between 15 and 20 animal facts on each video. So you could even do like a trivia night that's just about animals. Like you could do that as well, you know. I mean, I don't, you know, more than welcome to another one for the bigger loot. I gave away an etheric. Oh, really? That's amazing. Oh, I love that. It's one of my favorite. I had to immediately. I already had a spear and I had a staff legendary, but I immediately made went and made that when Visions of Eternity came out, just because I'm like I love like the lore behind Shadowstones and Seers and all that stuff, and I was like, I gotta make that. I don't care that I already have both of those legendaries, which is kind of weird because I don't have that many legendaries, and those were 2 that I had, and I was like, oh, I don't care. I'm making it. I want it. I love the way it looks. I love everything about it. So You know, it was really, really great. But yeah, I do a ton of lore videos. I do a ton of theory videos on YouTube. If you guys are interested in watching like random theory videos that I have, like I did a really, really big theory video on the mists recently. That didn't really land with people. But whatever. I do it for fun, you know. But everyone sit down. This is knocked one down. Get out of here! No, let me go. Wow, this guy's look at him. He's shooting arrows out of his hand. He's magic. Legendary grinder, working on my second set of legendary. Oh, really? Hence the lantern grinding. Oh, I love that. That's awesome. I don't know. I just do random stuff. Like for the first, I want to say for the first like 5 years of Guild Wars 2, all I did just create characters. I probably have created over 300 characters in this game. Not that I have 300 characters right now, but I spend most of my time just making characters for the first. So I never got into like making legendaries back then, but then once they introduced the legendary armory, that's when I was like, dude, yes, I'm gonna work on legendaries now. And so that's when I kind of started. I had some legendaries at the time. I had like the Flameseeker Prophecies, of course I had to have that, and then I had Frostfang, and I think there was a couple other legendaries that I had at the time, but you know, that's when I started my legendary journey, so to say. I have a legendary, like I have legendary armor now for heavy, but I'm kind of working on my. This is kind of like, these are kind of most of my legendaries. I don't have that many, but I'm working on some more. But I do very like, I don't raid and I don't do fractals. So I do it very casually, very passive, just like as I get the materials for them. With the etheric anchor, I grinded the crap out. I was like, I'm getting all of the things and I'm grinding and I'm selling everything I have. It was like one of those. But with everything else, it's kind of like casually. I'm like, oh, do I have the materials? Do I have the things I need? Can I convert some stuff to get it? Oh yeah, okay, I can. All right, let me get it. Let me work on the legendary, you know. So. Wonderful ad, great, really. First one I got was Flameseeker Prophecies because I wanted to figure out one lore aspect behind it, and my favorite profession is Revenants, and because of the living lore you get with its myth spirits. I love that. That's awesome. Same, I only had 2 legendaries for the longest time. Oh, and Ham Wall. Really? That's awesome. Yeah, I did do it for the longest time, but now I do have some legendaries, and it's very nice now. Now I can do fashion and stuff. Like I kind of did this guy's fashion recently, and I'm actually pretty happy with it. And he uses a slingshot because why not? Slingshot action, one of my favorite skins in the game. But yeah, I love the Guild Wars lore, and it's kind of what I made my channel on. I know that like it was so funny because I actually had one of the other partners before I became a partner. One of the people that I became really good friends with, and we still chat on and off every so often, but was Chicken Nooble, which at the time he's still a partner, but at the time I wasn't a partner. And so he was still streaming. He doesn't stream, he doesn't do Guild Wars content anymore. He's kind of just taking a break, I think, from like that stuff. But he kind of took me under his wing a little bit, and so I started being in his streams a lot and stuff. And I remember he used to call me like, oh, you're like the new Wooden Potatoes, because Wooden Potatoes had stopped making content at the time, and I wasn't like, I never felt that. I never wanted to, like, I feel like I don't have the knowledge base and the abilities to articulate myself well enough to ever replace Wooden Potatoes in any shape or form, and I wouldn't want that. But obviously Wooden Potatoes was like a huge influence for me and my channel, and like but yeah, it was really funny because it was like, oh, you're like the second Wooden Potato. I'm like, great, is that what I'm gonna be known as, the second Wooden Potatoes? But yeah, it's just for me, Guild Wars Guild Wars lore is always just so interesting, and I love the world, and yeah, so I just been focusing on that, running around on my necromancer, and I can either look like Moon Knight, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, or the Green. I mean, that's amazing. I love that. The Green Ranger, that's amazing. That's a great idea, actually. I love that a lot. That's really, really cool. Moon Knight. Yeah, I've always wanted to. I've never really been like I want to watch the show Moon Knight. I never watched it, but I was always intrigued by Moon Knight as a character, and I love the fashion of the guy. I think it's really cool. So, but yeah, I'm excited to see what the fashion template thing is gonna be like. What the new fashion thing. I'm hoping that they're gonna enable us to wear any type of armor on, like, you know, transmutate any armor skin, no matter the weight class. That would be amazing if we got that. That would be amazing. Okay, Guma Jungle, we're good. I'm gonna go try to kill some champions. I'm gonna go kill my champion Ram. I would love that. I would love to see the Green Ranger outfit. I have a couple of characters that I've done like cosplays of. I remember there was one that I think is like one of the proudest that I was ever, you know, cosplay that I ever did, that I was the proudest of, was a I did that wrong, but I did a I don't remember her name, God knows. It was from Legend of Dragoon. There's a character, there's the girl with the hammer, and she like has the like water, the blue dragoon or whatever. I made a cosplay of her, and it came out so good, and it was one of the moments that like I was the proudest ever like cosplay that I've created. What are some other cosplays I've done? Oh, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of like. I'm usually one of those people that like I try to make original characters. I don't necessarily like looking like other characters, but there's been moments where I created like a white mage and a black mage from Final Fantasy. I've done that before, which those came out pretty good. That's years ago now. I tried to do a red mage at some point too. But I don't think. Oh. Wow. Yeah, let me get in there. Yes. Hardly remember it. I did a playthrough series on my YouTube channel, and then I did the finale as a stream. It was like forever, the stream, because the final boss battle was like 5 hours. I kid you not, the final boss was 5 hours. I streamed for like 7 hours that day, just spending 5 hours in like the boss fight. It was insane. And but yeah, I did play through that on the channel. It was one of those games that I had it as a kid. There was like 4 discs, right? And I remember that it was my second or third disc that was broken, so I was never able to finish the game. And I was like so upset about it when I was a kid. I remember that. And yeah, and so I finally actually on the channel played through it. Right now we're doing a Kena, or Kena, Bridge of Spirits playthrough. I'm doing that on the channel right now. I'm gonna do some more recordings for that in the next couple of days. But yeah, I like to do a couple of playthroughs here and there. My most recent completed one was a few months ago. I did What am I doing here? I'm just running around. Because I'm talking, so I'm like completely not paying attention. I did a Rayman 1. Rayman. So there's you can actually download Rayman 1 for the computer. It's called Rayman Redemption, which has like a couple of like quality of life features in there. And I did a playthrough of that on the channel recently, but I've done some really cool playthroughs of like some really decent games on the channel. So 5 hours, it was crazy. I by the end of it I got so pissed. Like you can even like if you go watch that stream, like you can tell how pissed I get by the end, because I was just like mentally exhausted because I'm streaming and I'm like for 5 hours I'm trying to do this battle and I'm like, when is this boss gonna die? Like, by the end of it, I was getting so frustrated. It's a great game. It's a fantastic game overall. But the boss fight was just... And that's the thing. I think I talked about it. I don't know if I talked about it during that stream or, like, during a different playthrough that I did at like, a different time or something. But I hate games that, like, the entire time... you like if you play all of the content and you go through and you don't like flee from battles and you like fight every enemy and you progress through that and you everything is comfortable the whole time if you do all the battles and you do all the things that you're supposed to do and like you take your time with it or whatever, right? Like and you go through all of it. That's great, right? But then there's so many games, and I think older games did that, where you reach the final boss and all of a sudden there's a huge spike in difficulty where this final boss is now so awfully strong that you technically would have to go in and grind for hours at a time to be strong enough to do this. Like, that stuff I absolutely hate. I absolutely hate stuff like that. Like, I can't stand that. And that's what that game was like. It was like all of a sudden, like the whole time, the experience was fine. I had a good time. Like, yeah, there was some difficulty in some boss battles here and there, whatever, but nothing I couldn't overcome easily, you know? And, you know, I died a couple times here and there, but then I get to the final boss, and it wasn't necessarily that it was hard, but it was just like, it just took forever. And I was like, this is stupid. I hate this. So, yeah, the final boss was rough. Very rough. My cat is meowing because she does not like being inside. I had to take her inside because it's getting freezing cold outside, and she does not like it. She is not a fan, so she's going... I have the door closed to this room because God knows I can't listen to her. She'll meow for like 17 hours. She like literally will just meow the whole time, and I'm like, I cannot listen to you meow. But I also can't let you out, so we're at an impasse here. I'm trying to look for like, where's some champion fights that I can do? Easy champion fights. I guess I could go to Ore and see if there's some, like there's one there, there's one here. I don't know if you guys... I don't think that's being picked up by the capture, but she is meowing like right outside my door. Because she knows I'm in here, you know? Like one of those. Like she's like, I know you're in there. I know you're listening. I don't know if I can defeat this guy on this character. I can do it on other characters, but not this one probably. I don't know. We'll see. You guys need to go away. I can't deal with you guys too. Oh. That ability. Well, kill ya. Oh god. See? That was not good. I gotta run away. I don't think I can do this. No! Ugh. Okay. I'm flying away. Oh. Oh. I'm loading in. I see you floating midair. Ah! Love it. Ooh, I like it. Oh, I love it. That's great. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. I love how the shoulders work for that really well. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm looking at like all the different pieces they used for that. That's really, really cool though. Yeah, and that helmet works surprisingly well, doesn't it? Because I was thinking the whole time, I was like, I wonder what the helmet skin is. I've used a sword that looks like... Oh, yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah. The Red Ranger sword. And the orchestral dagger. Oh, I love that. Ooh, Doctor Strange. Is that Doctor Strange? That's Doctor Strange, right? Oh, that's a great infusion, by the way. Oh, yeah, and that goes with Incora packs. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, and you have that glider. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I love that. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, Moon Knight.
Okay.
That's cool. I love the colors on that. That works super well. The blue, red, and white there. I love that set. I love that weapon set. That's so cool. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really great. Yeah, it looks really... Oh, okay, I see. Awesome. Oh, hello, person. The Fear family. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I just have like this character doesn't really have that much when it comes to fashion. What do I have here? Oh, I have a dervish. My dervish setup. I have my dervish setup, and then I have my we could make eternity. Well, that is already. Don't you have eternity? I think you have eternity. Yeah. Classic dervish with a scythe. Oh, I love that. I have that, and then I have just my... I wanted something with like Ancora. So I have like, just, you know, whatever. Something that goes with Ancora. No. That's on this character. I have so many other characters that do other things. The Lore Keeper shoulders are amazing. They're like my favorite. And obviously, like, that's something that I really enjoy. So another thing that I have, I don't know if you've seen it on my YouTube channel, but I have a series where I translate stuff. I translate stuff in the world of Guild Wars 2. So, you know, I translate it. So the letters, there's letters that come out of the shoulders too, which I just think is so cool because like I can translate that. I actually have like my little cheat sheet here. I always have my cheat sheet with me. I have my little cheat sheet. I actually have a bigger one because there's actually two styles that ArenaNet uses for the alphabet. So this is like the more, like they have like a cursive. Like this is like the regular, and then they have a cursive one, and I have that here as well. So I use these to like translate stuff. So I have a series that I translate stuff on there. But yeah, I love the shoulders, having the letters come out of there. Amazing. One thing originally was stop doing is releasing cool looking armor bits, but not releasing full set. Yeah, I guess so. But I also feel like, I mean, it's okay for some of the things that we don't need a full set of, you know. I think some of the stuff is okay, but they do it too often, so. I love the details. I could go for a steak right now. T-bone steak like that? Delicious. Yeah, so that is definitely something that that's another series that only has like, I think there's like 8 parts to that right now, 7, 8 parts, something like that. So it's a more recent series that I started, but it's super cool because people don't realize that you can actually translate a lot of things, and it's funny because I actually found something on like the wiki that they themselves didn't realize. So there's like certain things that you can do. Yeah, I don't know, it's like really cool to like find these things, you know. Favorite emote, I mean, it's great. I put a dad outfit in game and just use the emote. So yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, you could just like throw on like one of those outfits or something. That would even work, you know. You could do one of those you know, one of these. That's like a very dad outfit, you know. It's like just shorts and t-shirt kind of thing, you know? Or like seize the awkward. Yeah, that's cool. It's so nice. Like I can't wait to see what we're gonna get on Tuesday for the fashion. No, I want to look at this. Get out of here, you big weirdo. I want to look at this person. They look cool. Oh, that was a chronomancer. So I'm excited for that for sure. Cause some people were suspecting that, like, some people are suspecting that we're gonna get like armor weights, like, you know, you can mix and match armor weights and stuff, and if that happens, oh my god, like the entire fashion scene is gonna explode, because there's really cool like light armor skins and really cool like heavy armor skins, and like, but they're, you know, you can't mix them together, and it's like, I think that's gonna be really, really cool, like, to kind of see. The new legendary ring, the new legendary ring looks really cool. I'm excited for that too. And it's one of those legendaries that I don't have yet. I don't have legendary rings yet, so I'm probably gonna be going for that one. Like, I don't even, you know, whether or not I'm gonna use that, like, the actual like effect of it or not, but I definitely want to go for that. So pick the Doom look if that happens, because there's some medium armor pieces that would be perfect. Oh, really? No legendary? Yeah, I'm definitely going for that. So I've been kind of stockpiling some of my things from the expansion. So I need to get more of the sap. But I have like a lot of these already. And I'm kind of keeping like karma. I'm kind of trying to stockpile like I used all of my karma, right? And so I'm trying to stockpile some of those for sure. And I have like, I mean, I don't know, I have like all these random things in there. The lessons, I wish I had some spirit chart. I don't use them for anything. Like, I know that they're used for like crafting and stuff, but like I don't craft. So I'm like, I don't use them. I always have over 10,000 always at any given point. I don't ever go below that 31. Yeah, I don't know. I just like, I'm like, I don't use them for anything. So they just like kind of sit there. So it's just whatever for me. Like, I've upgraded like materials and stuff before, but it's kind of like, I like to have a big bank full of like different things, so I don't really like to like do that. Ooh, the breakdance. I don't have the breakdance one, but definitely love that. That's like probably my favorite dance. I don't have that though. Definitely love that a lot. But yeah, I'm excited for Tuesday's update for sure. How long is this queue? Oh my god, I'm 11th in queue, you guys. What was that? But yeah, there's so much lore in Guild Wars that I still want to make videos about. So hopefully I haven't been, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really been motivated to make any content because a lot of my content has kind of fallen flat. Like, a lot of people haven't really been interested in my content recently. So it's just been very, like, I don't know, it's been very, like, slow in that sense, you know, that, like, I don't get a lot of views. So I haven't really made a lot of content, but maybe I'll get inspired again to do more content. Why do I keep going back to that? Let's find some champions I actually can defeat. That would be good. That would be a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. I just, like, it's just very upsetting because I put, like, I think what really did it for me was I did the Mist Theory video, and that Mist Theory video is, when it comes to scope, it's massive in scope, right? It's massive in the sense that I talk about, from Guild Wars 1, almost every single, like, big release, almost every expansion gets mentioned in that. And who am I in combat with? Some rando. Cool. I don't know why I'm even. And so it was kind of disappointing to me to only get like 800 views on that video, because it took me a long time to make that video. It's a 41 or 40-minute video, like 40 minutes and whatever. Oh, perfect. The storm arrives soon, so we can do that. Ooh, someone opened this. Yay. And it was just, I think it kind of knocked the wind out of my sails, because I felt like, I was like, man, why am I even doing this? Like, it was like one of those moments that I had. It was like, man, people don't want to watch my channel. They don't want to watch my stuff, you know? So it was very upsetting to me, but I think there's going to come a point where I'm like going to be interested in doing it again. At least I hope there is. Like, it kind of sucks too, because I had people like coming into the comment section and talking about stuff that was like completely unrelated, and I was like, do you understand that, like, I put a lot of effort into this video, and like, you come in here talking about something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about? Like, that's kind of, you know, it's kind of weird to me. Like, I don't know if it's really disrespectful, but it's just like kind of like strange. I'm like, I don't know what you're expecting for me to do. Like, you know, I'm not going to be talking about other things in the video that's about this thing. You know what I mean? Like, it was just kind of weird, so. Ooh, perfect. That's open. I'll try to get as many as I can before the storm is here. Before the storm arrives. Who wants to watch me? I gotta... Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, it's just... It's kind of like... For me, the thing is that I've been doing this for so many years now, and I've watched other people, like, enter the scene way after me and become way more popular than I ever did. And so it kind of is like, well, clearly people don't want to watch my stuff. They want to see other people's stuff. You know what I mean? So for me, it's a matter of, I've been doing this for so long now that, you know, I feel like something should have happened, and if like nothing is happening by now, then it's probably not meant to be. Like, that's kind of my thought process that I'm behind on. So I've been kind of, for the last few months, I've been thinking about, like, oh, are the chests gone now? Is that, because I don't see any chests anymore. That's fine. I don't really care. So that's kind of where I'm at, because I started streaming Guild Wars 2 in 2018. I started in 18. It was on my birthday I started streaming. So it was March 27th, 2018 that I started streaming. And, you know, it just, I haven't really grown that much in 7 years. So I look at that and I'm like, well, you know, maybe it's just not meant to be, and that's okay. Oh, I guess chests are still available. But yeah, so for me, it's always been a battle of, I just do it for fun, right? And that's always been the battle, is like, yeah, I might not necessarily get the viewership. I just need to realize that I'm doing this for fun. I'm just doing this for fun as a passion thing, you know, and I might not grow, and I might not get the viewership that someone like Wooden Potatoes has, right? Like, I might not get a big community like that, and that's okay. But it's hard to distinguish, like, to kind of keep that mindset sometimes, because, you know, obviously when I put out a big video like that, then I'm like, oh man, you know, this is really gonna land with the people, and then it doesn't. That's when I'm like, ooh, okay, this is kind of frustrating now, and that's kind of where I'm at. So, but it's okay. I'm gonna continue making, for sure, shorts. There's like a couple shorts that I want to release, that I want to work on. I've also been very busy with my job lately, so that's kind of not helped the whole situation. But, you know, maybe at some point I'll get a break. I don't know. Maybe the next expansion. That's what I keep telling myself. I keep telling myself, maybe the next expansion to be worth it. And that's kind of the thing, right? Like, because when I make, so I guess people call those like video essays, but like I call them structured videos compared to the other videos that I make. So the structured videos that are like, you know, like I said, the theory videos and like those types of things, when I make those, it's about an hour. The production time that it takes me is about an hour per minute of video, you know, when it comes to like writing the script, recording the audio, recording the video, putting it all together, putting animations in there, putting pictures in there, putting all the things in there, right? It takes me it's about an hour per minute of video, and this video is a 40-minute video, so I spend about 40 hours on that video, and then I only got 800 views out of it. You know what I mean? And so, like you said, it's like, I look at that and I'm like, oh my god, it's so not worth it for me to do this if no one's gonna watch that, right? So I'm like, I exhaust myself to make these videos, but then no one really wants to watch them, and this is, you know, it's like, oh man, it's frustrating, you know. But oh, it's a bot message always. These stupid bots, hate it. Get out of here! Get out of here, Cassandra. No one likes you. But yeah, I don't know what you, I know you had the ad. I don't know what you missed on what I just said, but champions. Where are the champions? Do we have a champion yet? Do we have a champion anyway? I don't see a champion. Champion! Go, 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 go! But yeah, so it takes me about an hour per minute of video, and having a 40-minute video, it took me about 40 hours on that video, on my Miss Theory video. So, you know, I look at that and I think, man, I put 40 hours into this video and like people aren't watching it, right? Like, and then the comment section talks about like completely different things that have like nothing to do with anything. And like, I'm like, man, this is just not it, right? Like, this is like not it, right? So yeah, I've been kind of thinking about like, you know, am I going to be doing structured videos for Guild Wars? Like, I might not, or I might like just make them like make smaller scale videos where it's only, you know, where, for example, the the newest video that I had was like an 8-minute video, and that one feels like a lot better because that only, you know, technically took me 8 hours to make, and that's, you know, that's more reasonable. I mean, I can get that done within like a week or something. Oh god. Oh. Whee. I think we're bringing it down to parts. I mean, I could do that, but then the problem with it is like, if people aren't watching the like any part of it, right? Because that would be even more effort to put it into parts, because then I have to consider, okay, I'm breaking this into parts, and I have done this. Like, there is a video series that I have on YouTube right now. That's probably a little bit more of a recent like a recent video series that I did. I think I finished that last year. It was January last year that I finished that video series, and it was an introduction to the lore of Guild Wars 2, where I kind of went through all of the regions of the world and kind of explained like what happened in Guild Wars 1 and like, you know, where we're at now, like as you enter these regions of the world, like, you know, where sits Kryta, like what's happening in Kryta right now as you play through these maps and stuff like that. And originally that was supposed to be one long video that I was gonna make, like, and I had planned this video a long time ago, like many years ago. I talked about this video, I wanted to do this video, and then as like I went into like actually producing the video series, I realized, or this video, I realized that I would need that I would actually have to put that into parts, because I'm like, man, this is not, I can't, like, it's not going to be good if I don't do it in parts, right? Like, it's going to be way too much information. It's going to feel way random for people to watch this, and it's gonna be way overwhelming too, because it's aimed at new people, right, playing the game and stuff. So I actually broke that down, but I feel like there's certain things that I can't really break down. Specifically, I'm thinking like something like a theory video. It's kind of hard to break into parts, because it's like, you know, you're proposing a theory into this game, and here are the points to support it. Like, how would I split that into different, like, parts, for example? Like that, you know, it just kind of, it was just like I needed to do it all in one video, you know? It's just kind of how it was. But yeah, that was a video series that I really, really enjoyed making. I had a really good time making that. It was so fun. So fun. And it was supposed to be like kind of helping new players, because the idea behind it as well was I wanted people to get into Guild Wars 2 lore, right? Like my thought process was, okay, well, if Wooden Potatoes stopped making videos and people lost interest in the lore, how can I build interest in the lore again, right? And so the thought process was, hey, Guild Wars 2 has been getting a ton of new players from Steam and, like, you know, overall, like, other MMOs, like, you know, New World and stuff, like, shutting down. I was like, well, how do I utilize that situation that we're in right now, and how do I make the best out of it for the lore, right? And I was like, man, I just create a series of lore to introduce people to it and maybe entice them to look up more things, right? And so then that's kind of where that came from, where I was like, okay, so if I can get people interested in this content again, then they would be looking for, you know, I would get more people to look for those theory videos and those, like, you know, those types of things that I make outside of that, right? Because the problem always is, like, if people don't know anything about the lore, why would they care about these videos where I talk about theories about future things that could potentially happen? Because people are like, well, I don't know half of the stuff that you're talking about because I've never been interested in that. So they tune out. Like, if they watch the video, they probably only watch a few minutes of it. So that was kind of my thought process behind that. Did that succeed? Probably not, because again, that's video series. I mean, I got probably around like 200 to 300 views on each of those videos. I'm like, well, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, for me, it's just nice to have that series, so that people that come into the game, that are new to the game, and that are saying like, hey, you know, I'm really interested in the lore, and like, you know, how's the lore in this game? Like how, like you know, you know, I want to learn more about it, right? Like I those people, if I get those people, I have pretty much a thing that I can guide them to, right? Because that's always something that I didn't have that before. I didn't have like this thing where I could tell people like, yeah, just, you know, watch, like most people would always be like, oh, well, you know, you can watch like Wooden Potatoes, like he has like a series of things that you know, that can kind of get you started on that. But I'm like, you know, first of all, I don't want to necessarily guide other people to other video creators. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm like, you know, I kind of want them to check out my stuff. So, you know, and on top of that, I feel like I want to be able to point them to a very specific thing, right? And like say, this is where you can get started, right? Like this is a good starting point for you. It's a lot of information, but as you play the game, as you start your journey through Guild Wars 2, or at least the journey through the lore. It might not be your first time playing the game, it might not be your first character, right? It might be your 10th character at this point, but, you know, as you're playing this character, and you're learning about the lore, this is where you can go, right? Like, that was the whole thing about it, where I was just like, man, I really want a series that that people can, you know, dive into and, you know, kind of, get started with or whatever, you know. So I always recommend that. So if you guys want to if you are interested in the lore and you just really don't understand, like even going through the game, the core game or whatever, or even if you want to like learn more information specifically for people that it's also really good for people that don't play Guild Wars 1 and that have never played Guild Wars 1 and that kind of want to know where the connections are, because a lot of people talk about Guild Wars 1 and they talk about these events and characters that you know appeared in Guild Wars 1, but obviously you know you don't know the significance of that stuff, like, but you don't want to play Guild Wars 1 either. Like maybe it's not for you, or maybe it's like, no, I just, you know, whatever, like I just want to watch, like you can watch a video because I talk about everything that happens in Guild Wars 1 in each of the regions of the world, and it's the core world, right? Like, so it's central Tyria, it's not expansion level stuff. So this doesn't, and it talks about up until, no, CQ, I don't want to deal with damn. Ugh. We don't have a commander on this map? That's so lame. So, cause and that's the thing, it's kind of spoiler free as well. So it doesn't spoil anything that happens after the core game. And or even like, and I only kind of talk about a little bit that on the stuff that happens on the actual maps. So it doesn't really spoil anything for anyone. It just talks about this is what happened up until the point of, you know, we talk about like the war in Kryta, like when it comes to Kryta, right? Like we talk about the war in Kryta and we talk about the things happening there. And this is like, boom, we talk about that, right? And it's just like we talk about like the you know, Queen Salma and like, you know, Livia and like baby, whatever, right? And so, wow, this guy is really good. I'm gonna help him out. Good job. Good job, Cupcake. Like, the lore is so great in detail, and the Guild Wars 1 callbacks in this game are wonderful and help the world building. Like, seeing the statue of Pyre Fearshot when I first started playing the game had me so friggin' excited. Actually, that was one of the shorts. I actually made a short about that, because you can like salute in front of the statue and get like bonuses from that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's really cool. Oh, we do have a commander on this map. over there? Iris. I know Iris. Iris. Yeah, Iris Prismatica. I'm pretty sure I know that commander. But yeah, it's really cool, like, because having this first game that took place 250 years, like, it's not a game that, like, just took place or even, like, 10 years earlier, but it's 250 years earlier. It gives it so much depth, right? It makes it feel like the game is so much deeper. And, you know, having these callbacks to that, you know, it's 250 years, which means that, like, you have this... It makes people feel like there is this actual history, like this. It feels like a lived-in world that has actively been alive, not just for 10 years, not just for 5 years, right? Like you have Edge of Destiny, that took place like 5 years ago or whatever, right? And so from the start of the game, obviously, but you have these things that like happened 250 years ago, right? And like that's another thing that I really enjoy about these mini expansions that we have now, because we talk about things that happened like thousands of years ago, right? And it makes it feel even more lived in. Like at this point, we've talked about so many things from 250 years ago, but what about older than that, right? And so we've been talking about the elder races and like that kind of stuff, and that's really cool to me too. I really like that a lot. So you know, it's definitely one of the things that I enjoy about the game. Oh my god, I made it, you guys. I made it. I'm here, and I'm gonna get some rewards. Probably not all of them, but I'm gonna get some of the... Oh my god. I'm gonna go to the commander. I'm gonna hang out with the good old commanderino. Because I'm scared. They're coming. They're pushing. They be pushing. Cupcake is here. I know Cupcake is really good. So, I'm okay with that. I have no frames right now. Sad. That's okay. Alright, we're getting some stuff here. We're getting tickets, you guys. We need to... I don't need any more tickets. I have enough tickets. But I've been working on my World vs. World ring. So maybe I'll have that ring at some point in time. At some point in time. Uh-oh. It's open. Commander, it's open. Dear Iris. Please come over here. Wipe them first. Okay, well, if you say that. Celestial Queen said that. Well, you guys can't read it. Let me put up the thing there. You guys can read chat. Oh, I'm gonna go into World vs. World, too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Clear the siege. Gold soldier. I've been a gold soldier for like 25,000 years, so I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know what's happening half the time. That's why I'm playing a Herald. But I can just give out boons, you know? Even if I'm not going to be effective at killing enemies, I'm helping, right? By giving out boons. I'm a helpful little guy by just giving out some boons. And I get credit for all these kills, even though I didn't do anything. Jump down? What did he say? Jump down. They have tons of down. Do they have tons of down? I didn't see any downs. I saw like a couple of them down, but... Shouldn't we be staying on the commander? What is happening here? Clear siege again? Do we have siege down there? Uh-oh. Throw that hammer, baby. Throw that hammer. Whee! Oh no. Oh no, they're gonna wipe us. Oh, did they have a commander show up? It feels like they had a commander show up. No! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm 2 average vacation and 5 pouches of sodas away from completion of my second set of... Oh, that's amazing! Congrats! That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I gotta work some more on my legendary armor, too. I haven't... I've been working a little bit on my light armor. Oh, I like this. What's the profession here? Oh, okay. It reminds me of a character from, like, an anime or something. Not that I can think of who, but... Cloven! Cloven emergency! Oh, already gone. Alright, let's go. I was not paying attention. You doing what was on PvE? I'm doing PvE armor. So I did World vs. World for my heavy armor. This is all the World vs. World like heavy armor. But I'm doing for my light armor, I'm doing PvE actually. But I might be doing my medium armor as World vs. World. But right now, all of my World vs. World stuff is going towards my ring. All of my World vs. World, like, you know, the tickets and the things and the, you know, all the little things that you get from it or whatever, the memories of battle and stuff like that. I need like a ton of those. I haven't gotten any yet. You know, that's all going towards, wow, this guy has like a ton of the bubbles and bubble infusions. I have one bubble infusion. Okay, we're not doing a group apparently, so whatever. I have 1 bubble infusion. I need more bubble infusions. I can't. My energy drink is right in front of that. The bouncy chest. I couldn't see him. Oh, Blue is here. I'm Blue die. Wipe them out. Wipe them clean out. Do it. Push them harder. Yeah. I've known since HUD release. Still have 4K badges. Really? I got like, oh, hello. I got downed and immediately brought back up. Love that. I get like a lot of them. So I have 800 right now, but if you actively play, you get a ton nowadays. Like, the rewards in World vs. World actually aren't that bad. For a long time, they were really, really bad, but they're actually pretty decent now. Obviously, doing, like, fractals and raids and stuff, you get a lot more. But it's not bad. Like, the rewards that you get nowadays through this stuff right here, not bad at all. Definitely can recommend it. Going through and getting these. Doing these, especially when it's like for the World vs. World, the thing that's going on right now, the rush. SMC is being attacked. Let's go. Yeah, I mean the tickets that you get, dude, so many tickets. Why am I in the squad? Like, I'm by myself in a squad. So sad. And they added, like, nice vendors for some of the stuff, too. You can actually get some decent things out of getting, you know, having access materials, World vs. World materials and stuff. Any tag. There's no tag here. Ooh, we can claim it for the guild. Oh my god, hello. Red came back with a vengeance. Jesus. Oh, there's some down. Oh yeah, perfect. Yes, this is great. I was like, why am I not hitting anyone? Like, what's going on there? World Rush is always so good. Yeah, kill them all with the bombardment. Still makes no sense how the bombardment actually happens inside of the castle. Wow, we completely wiped them out. Holy crap, that was awesome. No commander too. That's pretty cool. What's a tag? Someone said, what's a tag? Itchy thing in the back of your shirt. Luckily, they've kind of moved away from that. Most shirts now just have like, the stuff is like printed on there. There's no tags. Like the tags are usually on the side. So. Oh my god, the bombardment is still going. We've already cleared them out. We really need a commander. There's one on the second floor. Let me go check that out. Not that I can defeat them by myself. I made this guy look like a... I need to change that. I wanted to make him look like a shadow stone, but there's too much yellow in there. It's not quite the right Is there someone here? I don't see anyone. Yeah, look at this person with like 17,000 bubbles. The bubble wand, how much is that again? I got lucky with the bubble wand. I got a chromatic bubble wand, 5,000. Yeah, I got lucky. I had it as I got it for a drop. And then I was really contemplating selling it, but I was like, man, I really love bubbles. I love them. Love bubbles. Always will. And I was like, you know what? It's a prestige item. I'm gonna bind it to my character. And so here we are. It's like it's in 11,000 hours of play. That's the only really rare thing. That is actually incorrect. There was years ago, out of a blackline chest, I got a bank, like a permanent bank contract. That was years ago, and that was another one that I got. Those two are the only ones that I ever gotten in 11,000 hours of playing that were really like good, like those, you know, the big ones, right? Like. Trainer ones I can summon BL merchant whenever. That's awesome. Yeah, the permanent the bank contract one. I sold that one to a friend of mine. A friend of mine really wanted it, and so she made like a couple of legendaries for me, and she's like, here you go, and I was able to sell those. Yeah, it was. You know, and then she gave me like a few hundred gold on top of that, so it was definitely worth it for me. But yeah, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna keep that. Like if it had been like a permanent, like I don't know, I feel like I don't know if I'd ever kept that. In any oh, Wild Creek is getting attacked. Yeah, I just, she really wanted it, and I was like, man, I'll sell it to you. And so I got some legendaries that I then sold. It was not legendaries I wanted to keep. And so, and then what did I do with that money? I don't know, because obviously I don't have any money now, but I don't remember. I think I worked on my own legendary, like it was like a new legendary that I was like, oh man, I want to get. It was like a. I don't remember. I don't remember what I did with it. I think I bought like a bunch of different things with it. That was scary. Holy crap. I was like, there's not that many of them, but I'm dying really quickly, so that was kind of sad. Got them. Yeah. Oh, did they they still... Do we have to wait now 5 minutes? Yup. Sure do. We sure do. Someone said it would be nice if they made it so Infusion could be added to wardrobe for fashion with this update. Honestly, I think that's a cool idea. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I think if you bind it to your character, I feel like something like, you know, a big item like that should be like character bound, you know, like a very like one, you know, the infusions, like a lot of them, like that one is like 5,000 gold, you know, that would be really nice. I would really love to be able to use my bubble wand on like other characters, for sure, you know. And I think that would incentivize me to maybe go for new infusions, because I'm always one of those people that I don't know who to give my infusions to, or like not just infusions, but anything that's character bound, or not character bound, but that you can only have on one character at a time, right? Like I'm always like, I don't know who to give that to. Like I don't know, and so I tend to not go for it, because then if I give it to a character that I then don't want to play anymore, then I'm kind of like, okay, who do I give this to now? Right? It's not that I obviously wasted it, but it's like, you know, I'm just kind of like, man, now I don't know, like, I'm like, ugh, now I kind of feel like I wasted my time and effort to, you know, with the bubble wand, obviously I would find another character, but there's like certain items where I'm like, ugh, I don't know if I want this on like another character or whatever, you know. So I feel like it would be really cool to have the accessibility of like, hey, you have this as a infusion on any character, and it's just bound to your count. I feel like that would be really cool. Like this character has way too many infusions. There's way too much happening. Even though they add stat increase in use, it would be nice if they made them cosmetic fit unlockable. Yeah, just having the cosmetics unlockable would be nice. I mean, I don't know if they really like, the stats aren't that huge, so even I feel like even if they made those like account bound, I feel like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Because I just feel like the stats aren't that huge. Like you don't get like a massive amount of stats out of those, you know. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that just being even having the stats included in that and stuff. Like it doesn't really feel like pay to win or whatever. Emergency waypoint? Oh. No, I'm good. I waited like 2 hours to get into this. I don't care. I waited for 2 hours to get into this map. I'm not leaving this map anytime soon. Absolutely no way. I will not have room in this inventory much longer. It's driving me crazy. Okay, that'll be fine. I'll have to do some inventory management. Oh, on the bridge. They're attacking our base. All of our base belong to them soon. If we don't get a guy here. Oh my god, am I gonna die? I don't have an underwater weapon. I am going to die. Just kill me, Jesus. Sweatlord over here chasing me down like I'm like this like a fucking unicorn. Like it's the rarest creature on Earth. We have to go after it. Like, some of these World vs. World players crack me up every time. It's like, get him! I gotta get him! I gotta get him! Like, that's how I feel like they sit in front of their computer. Like, I don't play like that. I'm way too, like, relaxed. I'm like, oh, I'm dead. Could make him legendaries, yeah. I feel like there's precedence for that. And I feel like it would push people more to get those as well. To go for those as well. Being able to have them accessible on all their characters, I think, would drive a lot more people to want to have them. So they would do more of the content where they're available, which is endgame content. Most of the time you get those from strikes and from raids and, you know, or raid encounters and raids, right? So that would drive people to do them more. I mean, it would drive me to do them more. For sure. Oh, yeah, let's repair that. Relurking, D&D starting. Oh, nice. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Nice chatting with you. I appreciate it. I'm starving. I'm gonna need to get something. I haven't really eaten today. I had some crackers today. Had some crackers with honey on them. Because I have a terrible sweet tooth. It's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die of cancer by the time I'm 40. But that's okay. Asham cheese. Oh, now it's blue. Maybe red's gonna show up too. It's gonna be a whole pate. It's a whole pate in here. I love seeing all the blue. Whoa. I love seeing all the blue numbers. Blue numbers. Kill them fast, they suck. Wow. Tell me how you really feel. Oh my god, there's so much. Look at all these rewards. Holy crap, my inventory's full. I just got all of that. Are you kidding me? I don't know what to do. I don't want to do inventory management. God knows. Recover toolbox. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna... Is this the final custom gearbox? Arms of the people. Oh, I can get relics. Gain quickness when you disable First Revenant. Gain incoming condition damage reduction while you have resistance. Oh. Scoundrel increase hit chance for a duration after inflicting blindness or weakness. That's fine. I'm not really gonna do anything with that right now. But yeah, just in preparation of the new legendary coming out and like whatever other rewards we could possibly get from the next release and then maybe the next map, right? Like we're getting another legendary another legendary weapon, I think, right? And then an amulet or something. I don't know if that's something I want to go for. Who knows? But I want to get as many materials as I possibly can, specifically with the Castoran thing. And so, I'm just gonna, well, apparently I'm not doing the Visions of Eternity. Repeat that, please. Thank you. Jesus. I will be doing that on repeat. And I'm not opening any of these. And then that way I can just stack them on top of each other. And that'll be nice. I'm gonna get myself some turkey sticks in a second. Because I need some sustenance. Sustenance inside of me. Oh my god, Bluid Blinker checkpoint. Alright, Cloven Gully. Cloven Gully? Is that what it's called? Cloven. Yeah, Cloven Gully. Go. Go to the gully. That's a wall. That's a wall, good sir. Good ma'am. Whatever. Wait, where's Cloven? Cloven is down here. Oh no, they're taking our thing. Oh no, they're not. Haha. I'm gonna get them on the way down when they try to escape. Because they're gonna try to escape. And I'm gonna get them down here. Oops. Yeah. Ah, I hit some people. Nice. Get them. Yes. Yes, yes. Oh my god, we're getting so many. See, I love World vs. World Rush. Ugh. The best. You get just so many. Look at all these rewards I'm getting, you guys. This is insane. It's just been popping non-stop, that thing. Popping. Be popping. Everything be popping. Like I'm 80 years old. Everything's popping. Oh, I can do these for sure. Definitely need to do that. Ooh. I'm not tired. I don't know why. I just consumed caffeine, like a whole cup of caffeine. Couldn't be tired. I'm not. I even napped today. I think I'm still exhausted from my weekend. I had a crazy weekend. I was so busy at work, and I this was the first week that I actually worked like 40 hours again. Usually I don't. I only work like 32 hours. But yeah, I worked like 40 hours this week. I was like, oh my god. Are we going to attack there? I guess we're going to attack that. Yeah, that's a lot of, a lot. This is a lot. I gotta do some inventory management, probably today or tomorrow. Where are they? Oh, it's red versus blue? Oh, that's lame. Oh, they flipped it. Oh, we're so gonna die. Oh, we're so gonna die. I forgot I can get out. That's fine. That is okay. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Oh, I don't know what be right back looks like on the other screen. I don't think I've set that up yet. So it's probably gonna look like shit on the guys that are, on the people that are watching vertically. I'm sorry. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I'll be right back. Alright. So, I have some turkey sticks here. I've been munching on those. I gotta fix that screen for the vertical viewers. Alright, there's still no commander here. Are we trying to take that back? I wonder. It's getting chilly out. Well, this is so this is the weird part, or whatever. But like I said, this room, I had to close the door to this room, and this is the hottest room in the house. So, yeah, so kind of different temperature when I walked out of the room. All of a sudden, it was getting freezing cold as soon as I exit the room right now. Bohog in 2026 is crazy work. Is it? I don't know. I wanted something different, but you know, it just works for my hair. I think it looks better than what I had before, but you know, it is what it is. I guess I'm showing my age, but that's fine. Call yourself the bold? Yeah, no, not gonna happen. Unfortunately. I would love to do that. I would love to dye my hair, but I can't. Oh god. Hello. Oh my god, we got a tryhard virtuoso over here. Oh boy. That's okay. I want to change my hammer. I really hate that hammer skin. I don't know why I picked that. I mean, I did get this one recently. Yeah. I like the where is it? No, I don't like that. It looks like a tea kettle to me every time I look at it. That's the mythic one. I like the mythic one. The mythic one looks cool. I like the effect of the mythic weapons. Looks pretty legit. Looks... Oh, we've defeated them. So right as I die... Oh. Right as I die, we defeated them. Oh my god. I'm leveling up. Oh my god, that Guild Wars 1 music. Oh god, it's so good. So good. So good. What is it? 20... What is it? 20... 2545. 2545 is my next level. It's my next tier. Or it's gonna be 17 years from now. Okay. No one's attacking right now. Right meow. No one's attacking right now. Hindsight's the exalt. Did I get... Oh. Look at all the things. Did I get these up here? I did. I'm gonna make sure I get all the harvesting nudes. All of the nudes. I'm gonna eat this food. I'm gonna eat this food and I'm gonna love it. Whatever it is. What is that? A steak sous vide? What is it? Yeah. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. You know, it's crazy having a 71 like person queue and not a single commander in the map. It really sucks. It's like unorganized garbage. It's chaos, I tell you. Chaos. What the hell was that? There's definitely something outside my house. I heard a noise. The monster. It's an intruder. Really? My guy, why? Always falls down. He has slippery feet for a tiny little owl statue, I'll tell you that. Yeah, well, this is stupid. Can we get some action here? Yeah, well, we own that guy. We own this and that. Oh my god, look at that. Ah! Oh. Look at that. Well, I need a turtle stick. Hitting QL. I mean, let's check out QL. Got nothing better going on. And I need to keep up my participation anyways. We're running out. Quentin is open. Great. Yeah. Oh, I got a rare. Perfect. Okay, look at all these points I'm getting. I'm rich, you know. I'm not. I wish I was, though. Both in-game and in real life. Trains coming through. many of my birthday boosters do I still have? 19. That's not bad. I'll pop one. So I got 4 days on that now. What are we doing? Are we attacking them or what are we doing? Are we third partying these guys or what? Ugh. Losing so much health. Losing so much health. Ah. Oh man, that must hurt. Just jumping around getting hit by like a giant boulder. Oh my god. Can't imagine. See, that's a cool thing about World vs. World. You just gotta keep your participation up, and even if you don't like win or do anything really, as long as you have participation, you're gonna get rewards. Every 5 minutes, you're gonna get rewards, and the longer you do it, the more you're gonna get. Paul! Who the hell is Paul? Paul? There we go, Paul. It's the guild. The guild is called Paul. Fuck yeah, what? I have a present for you. That's my name, Paul. SMC North, let's return, friends. That's a war of attrition right over there. So let's do something we can actually do. Oh god, inventory. I gotta get bigger bags in here. Or just get more of those. How much is that gonna cost? 400. I have 400 gems. Could get another bag slot. That'd be a pretty decent reward for my 40,000. That's where I got my. They just got recently 40,000. Oh my god. Why am I leading this charge? I don't do that. Raleigh doesn't lead charges. Raleigh stays behind and reaps the rewards. That's what he does. Jesus, we're just listening to Guild Wars 1 music today. It's just Guild Wars 1 music. And I'm okay with that. It just really makes me want to play Guild Wars 1. I've been playing a lot of, just trying to play through my Dervish, and I'm actually really enjoying Dervish. This is the first time that I've been really serious about playing Dervish, and it's been really fun. I haven't played in like about a week now because I've just been really busy with work, and I haven't really felt the drive to log into Guild Wars 1, but I'm definitely going to go back into it. But yeah, I mean, Dervish is so fun. I think at some point I wanted to make a caster Dervish and see how that works out for me, but right now I'm enjoying kind of just doing a regular Dervish with like Vow of Strength. It's really good. One of the reasons why I made this guy's Dervish outfit that I have on a different setup. I was like, ooh, Dervish. Let's make that cosplay. Is that done? Is wood done? Yeah, wood is done now. Okay, good. Wood is done. I like that. That's very, very nice. How many of the can I don't know. I deposited the memories of battle too fast, but I wanted to know how many I have of those. That's okay. What is this for food? What does this do? Oh, that's all attributes. I'll take that. That's actually pretty good. Red is back. I'm guessing. Oh yeah. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, we're pushing them back. We're pushing them back. We're pushing them back. Yeah. Claim the land while we're at it. Am I the only one? Lame. All these people are lame. Ooh, perfect. Officers remnant cache. I got the hammer, I got the staff, I got the sword, which the sword is really cool. I got the shield. I got the greatsword, which is also one of the cooler ones. Did I get the dagger? I did not get the dagger. Oh, I like the dagger. I think that's one. Ugh. Jesus, this is very evenly matched. We are getting pushed back a little though, so. Oh boy. Alright, let's escape. Please. Oh, they took Cloven. Then look, it's Cupcake. Look, it's Cupcake. Oh my. Are we going to? I don't know. We're going to Dorios or what? Is that one we're doing? And not having a commander is so stupid. It's like completely pointless. Cool. We're gonna defeat them. Is that what we're saying? We're gonna fight them. We're gonna try to fight them. There's some downs there. If we pushed, we could probably break through. Right? Alright, get him! Get them! Get them all! Kill them! Yes! I don't get to kill people in real life, so this is the only way that I can do it. I can get that same satisfaction. Just kidding. I don't think I could kill in real life. Like one of those things that probably people talk about very easily, but actually doing it for like sane people is probably much harder to do. I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of factors that go into that kind of thing, too. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die. You will die. Nah. I'm so funny. I'm so funny. Yeah. Yeah. Die. What's my other weapon? Oh, that's right. I have that. Well, let's use a sword or scepter and shield. I always forget that that's a scepter. It functions just like a sword. Always forget about that. Always. Yep. Hello. Cool. Attack. I wonder if I can get all of the World vs. World Rush things on this event, please. I'm doing pretty good. Haven't done the keep capturer yet, but doing pretty good on some of the other stuff. What tier am I on? Tier 6 of 10, so I still have a ways to go. I hate that that shield is visible on my back when I'm wearing a cape. It's like the dumbest thing ever. Oh, they're getting attacked. Stoneless Castle, inner with rams, blue incoming. Alright, let's just get out of here and help them at the castle. Help them out at the castle. Uh-oh. Oh, there's not even that many here. What are you guys doing? Attack. I'm gonna do the hammer. The hammer is just better. Being able to just like throw exactly where I'm looking. Whoa, look at that! I got 25,000. I just got 5 levels. I'm killing one of these dudes. I got lucky there. Boop, 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 boop. 5 levels. Ooh, and I got Occam's weapon chest too. Not that I need it, but hey. I'll take it. Maybe I can do something with that. I don't know what Occam's is. What are Occam's stats? I hate that they can't just like say what this. Oh. Yeah, I love it. Love it. You know, I would probably just go for the actual skin of the weapon rather than the weapon itself. Trident. Oh, maybe I want to have that trident. Ooh, it's a cool trident. I might go for that. Again, I'll figure that out at some other point. At some other point in time. Cool. Streps, still traps outside of OW. What's OW? I don't know what OW is. I don't know why I'm repairing that. Stop it. Yay! 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 The rewards for like World Rush are insane. Anyone that's missing out on that. That's why like today when I was gonna stream, I was like, I wasn't really gonna do Guild Wars 2, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, but I was like, Man, I gotta get that. I gotta get the World vs. World, like, rush in there, you know? Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Boom, boom, boom. Just cause it is so rewarding. It's such a rewarding thing. Hide. Oh, the wall's open. Well, it's not really hiding if there's a giant hole in there. Wait, mister, I want to look at the fashion. You look really cool. This guy. Okay. He looks very similar to my other setup that I have on this character. Da, 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 da. Oh, you can make it across. Oh, that's lucky. I remember, like, the music, you know, this is the core music for Guild Wars, and it reminds me so much of, like, the early days of when I first started playing Guild Wars, you know, during the betas and stuff like that, and how different of a game it was, but it was so different. It was so different. It wasn't bad, it was just very different. And it was a different experience. I remember going through the betas, and I played like a Mesmer during the betas. You know, not that I really have a main. Kind of like play whatever nowadays. You know, most of my videos have my Warrior in there, but I've been playing my Revenant a lot. I play my Thief, my Spectre a lot now. I really just like play whatever. My Ranger too. That was the main guy that we played through the story with for this expansion. But I don't know, like, I just remember that those experiences of like going through and like really trying to figure out, and like Mesmer was so squishy back then, and it was just, you know, early game. Like, that's the thing, most people that played a Mesmer and that have like learned about Mesmer and stuff, they know that like Mesmer doesn't get good until like you're level 80, until you have like 3 trade lines, right? Because most of the power, you know, for any class, but more so I think it's amplified on like a Mesmer, really comes from the traits. So playing those early games, those like level 10 story, I remember like level 20 story, playing those with like a new Mesmer, like a brand new Mesmer, where, you know, balance hadn't really been like, and dying so much. I died so much. I remember just like dying all the time, being like, oh my god, I gotta get good at this game. And then it like took me years to actually get decent at the game anyways. But it's like, oh man, nothing can take that experience, right? Like nothing compares really to something like that, you know? That's the one game. Actually, New World was another one where I was there during the like the start of it, you know, like right up until release and stuff like that. But yeah, it was such a great experience of a game. And like, you know, like I said, it's such a different game now. You sit there and you think about that, and you think about like, oh man, back then it was just like, you know, boons weren't as prevalent, and like the damage was so much less, and just gear, right? Like people didn't really understand, like the only way to get max gear back then was doing was either crafting it, which was really hard to come by because materials weren't as readily available as they are now, or dungeons. And so like people were running dungeons like crazy. And then it was like specific group compositions that you had at the time, because it was like what was it like elementalists, and then what was it, like 1 elementalist and 4 warriors was like, at some point that was like the meta setup for running through the Citadel of Flame, like that was like how you would that was like the meta build or whatever, and people would run that like every day, and I hadn't even touched dungeons. I remember I had played at the time, I mean this is like way early on, I had played Ascalonian Catacombs because obviously having been a Guild Wars 1 player, I really wanted to see that, and jumping in those dungeons, I remember it took us like, I think the first playthrough that I ever did of Ascalonian Catacombs took us like an hour and a half for like the story content to go through. You know, such a different experience back then, you know, to now how you look at those games or those, you know, that exact content now and it's a freaking joke, right? Like you can solo it in like about, you know, 10 minutes, like the story content of that, right? Like such a different game. But it was just kind of cool to see the growth, the changes, like all that, you know. It was super good, super good. Really enjoyed it. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna not try to go in there again. But yeah, I just, for me, you know, I wasn't there during the... I played Guild Wars 1 early in its years. But I wasn't there with, like... And I wasn't as involved, right? Like, I wasn't watching the trailers and the videos and keeping up with, like, what the development team was doing and things like that. But it was more so that I, like, kind of played it on and off for a few years until I finally, eventually... got my own account. What is this music infusion that he has there? That's kind of cool. But yeah, it's, you know, I really hope that Guild Wars 3 is gonna have, for me personally, right? Like, I don't know about the community at large, but for me personally, I want to have that same experience that I had with Guild Wars 2, right? Going in with like this open, because that was the thing with Guild Wars 2 as well. I realized that, you know, and this is something that I think ArenaNet even talked about a lot, was how different Guild Wars 2 was going to be from Guild Wars 1. So when I went into Guild Wars 1, having watched all the videos and the trailers and the all these things, I went into it thinking, like, having that open mind and really thinking, like, you know, I'm gonna go into it with an open mind and I'm gonna take it for what it is and not think of it in terms of Guild Wars 1, right? And it felt amazing. I mean, I know that it was a very different game, and I loved Guild Wars 1 at the time, but I went into it and I was like, yeah, this feels very different. You know, combat is completely different. It's a completely different type of thing, but I enjoyed it for what it was, and I fell in love with it just because I had that mindset, I think. You know, obviously, there's people that... I remember I had many friends at the time, like guildmates and stuff, that didn't have that. They went into it thinking, oh, it's Guild Wars 2, it's the continuation of Guild Wars, and so they went into it thinking it's gonna be just like that, and they're like, I hate the way that this is, right? Like, this controls and how this isn't like group-based content anymore, and like the weapons decide like the first half of your skills, and you know, and you only get like a limited amount of skills on your second bar, and there's no dual classing, and there, you know, like no secondary professions, like things like that, you know. You know, there was jumping, like, oh my god, that's crazy. But yeah, I think that oh hell yeah, love me that. So I remember that I had a lot of a lot of guildmates that when Guild Wars 2, like, they gave, and many of them gave Guild Wars 2 like a really decent chance, but then after like a couple months after, I remember there was like, you know, after the release, I remember there was like a mass exodus of like these hardcore Guild Wars 1 players that were like, you know what, I'm going back to Guild Wars 1, or they would be completely done. Like, I remember there was so many posts that I read from people online, and so many people like in guild chat, and back then it was like TeamSpeak, right? It wasn't like, we didn't have Discord, it was like TeamSpeak. And I remember so many people were just saying like, yeah, many people were saying like, I'm going back to Guild Wars 1, but then other people were like, well, they're not supporting Guild Wars 1 anymore, so they completely left. They're like, I'm done with Guild Wars. Like, I'm done with ArenaNet, I'm done with Guild Wars. I don't like Guild Wars 2, and they're abandoning Guild Wars 1. They're not going to be bringing out any more content for it. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm not touching it. I'm not leaving it, or I'm leaving it. I'm not, and yeah, it was just, I remember those times back then. It was like, it was a very different game, but man, what a time that was. What a good time we all had, I think. Like, overall, I know that there's people that left and stuff like that because they didn't like the game, but I don't know. I'd like to think that there was still some kind of value that those people got out of that. It's like maybe they realized that, these kinds of MMOs aren't for them, and maybe they learned that, hey, maybe I should look into more single player games, or the thing that's kind of sad about that is, and it's still something that to this day is true, that in the MMO space and in the gaming space at large, Guild Wars 1 is so highly regarded, but there's nothing like it. There is no game like Guild Wars 1 out there. Whether it's a single player game, which you could even make, right? Or like an MMO, multiplayer, live service game, whatever, right? There's no game like Guild Wars 1 out there, like, at all. Because, there's games that have certain elements of it, right? Like groups, like, it's a group based content, right? Like, or it's has like dual classing, or it has like instance, like everything is instance, that those things, but like nothing is like that at all, and it's so cool. It's so unique, and I'm very happy that they're going back into the game now, the 2 weeks team, and they're making new content for it, because I think it really deserves to still be alive, because there's nothing to replace it, right? If there was something in this space, in the MMO space specifically, that could replace that, I would be like, well, maybe we should just like let it die and be done with it, right? And just, I'm like, we have this other thing now, and we have this this other thing that can take its place. We should just let Guild Wars 1 be done. But there's nothing in the space that's like it. So I'm like, no, you know what? It deserves more content, and it deserves to be supported, because it fills a niche on its own. It has created a niche that it by itself fills, right? And so it's like there's nothing like it, and it deserves to be supported. So I'm very happy with that. For sure. Oh, can I get crafting materials up top? Probably. Oh my god, I gotta be careful. I have like limited inventory space. Gotta pay attention to that. But let me get these guys. And I'm excited to see what Guild Wars 3, because that's the one thing that ArenaNet always has done, is try to like innovate in the space. And like I've always said, like many times that's worked out for them, and many times it did not. With Guild Wars 2, I think overall, like maybe in the moment, for, like I said, for a lot of people, it was kind of like, and it was more in line with other MMOs at the time as well. So I think a lot of people kind of considered it to not be. But when we look at something like dynamic events, for example, like Star Wars, The Old Republic has now added events like Guild Wars 1 has, right? And I guess that's cool, right? And I still feel like, you know, I've played a little bit of it recently, and I still don't feel like it's integrated the same way. But it's so interesting for me to see that, right? Because I still think that out of any feature or any type of content, you could say, or, you know, I guess there's different names for it, right? But in like for MMOs that's ever been created, like the best is dynamic events. Like Guild Wars 1's dynamic events, I feel like really, and no one took that to, like no other MMO really took that to heart and considered it to be one of the best things for MMOs. Like I consider it, right? Like it's so weird that dozens and dozens of MMOs have popped up since Guild Wars 2 and have not taken a look at Guild Wars 2's dynamic event system and have created something like it. It's crazy to me because like I said, I think it's one of the most interesting and revolutionary things ever, because you see MMOs coming out and they're still doing the old like quest systems where you go to an NPC and you get a quest and you go into a field and you kill enemies and you turn in the quest. And MMOs still consider like do that to this day, right? Like they still, that's how their questing is. And Guild Wars 2 completely changed that, right? And they never went back on that. They never went back on that. Yes, they introduced like achievements and stuff like that for like long-term like play and stuff like that, but for like your gaming experience, your everyday like regular gaming experience, like they never went back on that. Yes, they've done a couple of interesting choices when it comes to dynamic events nowadays, I think, where they've lost a little bit of what dynamic events meant in the realm of in the space of where they're at, right? I think, you know, because dynamic events weren't supposed to just be replacements for questing, but they were also supposed to be telling stories and make the feel that's, you know, that's why they're dynamic events, is because not only are they dynamic in the sense that they scale depending on how many players there are, but also that they dynamically change the world around them, right? Making like waypoints unavailable and having like, you know, there's actual invasions happening and having them chain together and kind of changing the world around them. And the second part is unfortunately what they've kind of lost with dynamic events, because dynamic events now don't have any impact on the world anymore. They're now just like, oh, this thing is happening, you finish this thing, okay. If you don't finish this thing, that's fine too. Like there's no impact that the events have on the world around them anymore, which is a shame, and that's one of the things that I really hope Arena can go back to and maybe work on. But yeah, other than that, I think the idea of I think I would love to see other MMOs not just adapt the dynamic event system, but innovate on it and really have it be to the point where it impacts the world at large in a much more meaningful way than it ever did in Guild Wars 2. Because in Guild Wars 2, yeah, it did, you know, it's like certain towns get taken over and you can't use certain waypoints, and like certain vendors don't, you know, only become available after you finish an event, and like those types of things. But it was never like a permanent change. It was never on like a big scale where it's like, oh, we lost the war against the centaurs, and for the next week now, the garrison is not available anymore until it gets won back, right? Or like where, you know, maybe, you know, I said a week, but maybe it could be like, you know, an hour or something, or where you know, if the garrison gets taken over, it triggers like a slew of other dynamic events now that only happen if the garrison is not in our control, and then you have to do all of those events before you even get a chance to take the garrison back. just to give an example, you know, like Queensdale, the garrison there, that gets attacked, you know, it's like, yeah, there's chains of events and stuff like that, but I would like to have it on like a much larger scale where the chains are like chains upon chains and chains. Like if one thing happens, like for example, if you finish an event with a specific NPC alive, then that triggers a completely different event than when one of the NPCs or the specific NPC dies. If that specific NPC dies, it triggers a different event, right? So it's like, oh, keeping that NPC alive means that we're gonna get like a different event that maybe has like different consequences, or you know, you face different enemies or whatever, right? And it's just, and it's gonna give you like a bigger chest, like, you know, you get a chest at the end of it that you can open up, and instead of giving you one type of chest, it gives you another type of chest, right? And so instead of just having the bronze, silver, gold reward, you also have the idea of like, well, you know, if you do better, you know, overall, and keep this like NPC alive, you not only get to like face new enemies or face new bosses or something that can maybe drop like a very specific skin, but you also get like bigger chests at the end or something. You know, that's what I would like to see for the I didn't mean to do that. I meant to use this skill right here. Kind of blocks some of these attacks. Oh god. Hey, how are you? SP can suck it. I don't know who SP is, and I don't want to know. But how are you? Welcome. Don't mind me. One game or one company that I could really see adapt the dynamic event system into one of their games, doesn't even have to be an MMO game, but into their game, would be like From Software, and like in like a Dark Souls game. That would be really cool, because they did that with Night Rain, right? Like Night Rain has quote unquote dynamic events. There's certain events that can occur when you go through it, right? But like I said, if they take it on a level where it's like branching paths and branching events that happen all like randomly, and they don't always have to be like boss related, but they could be like a random boss spawns here or whatever, right? But if they imagine having like a world like Elden Ring, but then as you go through Elden Ring, you have random events that happen where like, oh, now you have to like do this event, like free this town, or an army of this enemy is attacking this area or whatever, right? And it's like, it changes your experience. But as like a Dark Souls game, that'd be crazy. I think that'd be insane. It's just a company of a game I'm playing, Snowprint. Oh, okay. Interesting. So, Snowprint can suck it. What's the game that you're playing? Because I've never heard of Snowprint. Get out of here, little Serb guy. Throwing a hammer at you. Oh, I'm so gonna die. Kill me. It's okay. It's toilet paper. Oh, Warhammer 40K. You know what? I never played any of those. I've always heard the name, but I've never played it myself ever. So, kind of weird. Guild Wars 2. Indeed, Guild Wars 2. I don't know. I love that there was like a period at the end of that statement. It was like Guild Wars 2. That's it. That's the statement. Indeed, Guild Wars 2. I have way too much in my inventory. This is just giving me a headache just looking at it. I'm like, I want to do inventory management, but I know it's going to take me forever to get through all of this. I just want to break these down real quick. I only have time for mobile games nowadays. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah, I know that feeling. I understand. But it's sad, you know? Because I get that, you know, it's only having time for that. I have a couple of friends like that just like, oh yeah, you know, they kind of fell out of playing. Oh, I love that the Toilet Guild took over. It's Mags. Oh, it's Mag swag. Oh god, that's why we're wrecking. That's why we're wrecking everyone, because it's Mag swag that we're. I was wondering why every fight felt so easy. It's because I'm fighting with Mag. But yeah, I have friends that I was trying to think back on what we were talking about. I have friends that like kind of fell out of gaming because of their jobs, their family, you know, they have like children now and stuff, and it's just kind of like, it's kind of sad because I know that many of them kind of miss gaming on like a large scale like that. And I guess I'm fortunate in that sense, because I just, you know, I don't have any obligations and any, you know, I'm a single guy living at home with like by myself, like, you know, I have no family. I have really like I have a life, but you know, I'm like I don't know. I get to game whenever I want, really. So lucky for me, I suppose. Squash. Family with little kids. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that, and I guess it's a good thing, right? Like I think that shows, you know, character, I guess, you know, to be able to say, because I also know that there's people that probably should do that as well, where they should stop playing and focus on their family, and they don't, because they're, you know, for one reason or another. They might be addicted or whatever it is, right? And so they kind of lose out on like, you know, that affects their home life and their families and stuff like that, you know. So it's you know, it's bittersweet, but I get it. That's just how it is. And maybe eventually, you know, once your children grow up and once they're off doing their own thing, you know, maybe you want to jump back into it. And you're like, you know what? My kids are off to college now. I can game again. I don't care. It's like, I'm downloading all of the games that I missed out on, and I'm playing them all. I guess it's another good thing about, like, the gaming space, you know, because, like, Guild Wars 1, for example, you can play on a Steam Deck now. So for people that, like, might not have the time to sit in front of a computer, you know, they can have a Steam Deck, and they can play Guild Wars 1 still on their Steam Deck or something, you know, as like if, you know, if they need to hang out with their kids or whatever, or if they're like at the park, or I don't know what people do with their kids. I don't have children. I don't have any. I'll be old as fuck by then, and who cares? Have you never seen these like grandmas that play like, you know, first person shooters and stuff? They don't care. They're like, I'm 70 years old, but I'll kick your ass at Call of Duty. I don't care. It's like you're never too old to be a gamer. That's the cool thing, right? Like, you know, you're too old to play football, because, you know, at some point, you can't tackle or take a tackle. You know, might dislocate a hip or something. You know, like, or whatever. But gaming, man, you're never too old for that. Are we winning? I don't know. I'm just throwing my hammer in there. Like, here you go, have a hammer. Oh my god, we're winning. We're so wrecking them right now. Wow. Holy corpoly. It's obstructed. Not anymore. Standing on the fence now. Wow. Yeah, this is what it means to fight with mag. You just wreck everything. I can't see shit. I can't either. I'm just throwing my hammer, I don't care. Dark King Diablo, I can't revive you. I'm in combat. I apologize. But yeah, and it's like, you know, obviously if you're older, your reaction time is probably not as good or whatever, right? Like, but that's whatever, you know. I mean, there's games that you can play that are a lot slower, and you know, you might not want to play Call of Duty, you know, when you're like 50, 60, 70 years old. I don't know, whatever, right? But there's plenty of games that you can play that don't require you to, you know, whatever. You can play all kinds of games. Like Minecraft. Imagine playing Minecraft when you're like 80 years old. That must be interesting. I don't think I'll ever stop gaming. I mean, I've been playing video games since I could hold a controller, and like, it's weird because for me it was such a natural thing to just be playing video games all the time, and I've always just been playing video games my whole life, and I never really thought about that. Like, it was weird because obviously I went to school with kids that, like, you know, they played sports and they, like, you know, they played an instrument or whatever, or they just like hung out with their friends. And obviously I did that as well, but for me it was always like at the end of the day, I went back and I played video games. Like, you know, at the end of, like, when I went home by myself, I would play video games. And so I've always played video games, and then as I got older, you know, many of my friends even kind of moved away from playing video games, right? And they were just like, well, you know, we're not little kids anymore, and like, you know, we're you know, now I'm interested in girls, and I want to go on dates, and I want to, you know, whatever, right? And like, you know, I'm smoking and drinking, and you know, all those things, the stupid shit that teenagers do, right? And but I still always stuck with it. And like, it got to the point where like gaming had, like, without me realizing, but it had just become such an important part of my life, right? Where I was just like, you know, I think back of like certain games, like I talked about that during the like one game that was very that feels very important to me, like in my heart, was like Xenoblade Chronicles 1. I remember when that first came out for the Wii, and we talked about like Operation, what was it called? Operation Rainbow? Was that what the name of it was? Operation Rainbow? Or am I thinking of something else? It was Operation something. Rain something? Rain... Was it Rainbow? Or was it something else? I don't know. But, you know, how, like, that was so important in my life at the time, and how when I played through that game, it just meant so much. And I can think back of it, like, how vividly, like, I can think so vividly in my mind about like how I sat there, played through that game and stuff. I don't know, it's just, you know, gaming has always been very important to me in a lot of different ways, like the experiences and the things that have the different moments in my life where I've played different games and stuff, like stick out in my mind a lot. That was very rewarding, all of that. I have 172. I think I need a crap ton more of those to get my ring. Working on a ring. I have 169 of those. Wow, you guys, we're really getting there. We're really getting there. Buick Skylark. Hi, Emily. I'm doing okay. How are you? Ooh, I like that. That's a cool skin. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the colors, but it's a great skin nonetheless. Is that a thief? No, that's a paragon. A warrior. Whoa, that's weird. Why does he look like that? How is he doing that? Is it just not showing up correctly on my screen? Because that is the, Huh. That is the... Where is that? It's the Shadow Warrior. Right there. It's the Shadow Warrior. But he has it without the effect on it. He just had the armor. He was just wearing the armor. That looked really cool. Kind of jealous. Is it cold there? Well, you know, I mean, relatively to the rest of the world, or the rest of the country, it's probably not. But right now it is 50 degrees. So, you know, while everyone else has like -30 and they're freezing their ass off, no, it's just, it's coldish. It's like not that cold. Really, I can, if I were to go outside, probably I'd be fine in a sweater, like long pants and sweater, I'd be okay. You know, where everyone else needs like a beanie, a scarf, a snowsuit, snow boots, you know, 7 layers. So it's not as cold as everyone else, but it's cold for me because, you know, not used to that. It's also crazy because they, you know, we have this cold front. It's gonna be cold for the next like week or so, but just yesterday it was like, I kid you not, it was like 80 degrees yesterday. Like 80, 85 degrees yesterday. Like I was at work yesterday and I was sweating. Like I was working outside yesterday. Like I was working because I was working. I usually don't work outside, but I was working for one of the girls, and because she was on vacation, and I was working outside, and it was hot. I was like, I'm actually like, I had to roll up my sleeves, and yeah, I was hot. I was like, it is warm out here. So we made it down that far. Yeah, no, I mean they told us that we, like, you know, there's like North Florida is gonna probably get some snow, maybe, like they'll have a little bit of snow, but you know, it's Florida snow, which is like these tiny little snowflakes, and it doesn't stick around here anyway. Like even when I lived in North Florida, I think there was one year where we had like one day, like it was like a cold morning or something that they had, that we had like a snowfall, but it doesn't stick because the ground here is like way too hot, so it just never sticks. But yeah. But how are you? How's your how's your finger, by the way? Was it your thumb? You said it was your thumb, right? How's that all going? I know you still had like some weeks of recovery. God, I can only imagine. I mean, I work with my hand. I mean, you work with your hands too, so that kind of sucks. But, you know, I couldn't imagine having to work without my thumb, or having not to work. I don't know. Would I be working without my thumb? I don't know if I could. I don't know if they even would let me. A lot better. It was a pinky. The break is better, but it's like in range of motion and strength. That okay. Well, good. I'm glad it's getting somewhere though, because I remember at some point you were saying it was like kind of it wasn't really feeling like it was getting better or something like that. That was like a few weeks ago now that we had that conversation. So I actually, it was crazy. I actually, it's so weird. I always tell everyone that I've never broken a bone in my body, which is not actually true. That's not entirely true. I did break my index toe. Like years ago, I broke my index toe and I never told anyone about it. I broke my toe and I've never, actually, this is the first time I ever talked about it, but I have never told anyone. This was when I was in high school. I did something really stupid and I was so embarrassed by it and I broke my toe doing it. And yeah. And I never told anyone about this. No one knows that I've ever broken my index toe. Which is one of those toes that, like, you know, it's so like, because I always wear socks. I don't like going around barefoot or whatever, so I always wear socks. I always wear, you know, when I go anywhere, I wear shoes. Like I'm not one of those Florida people that wears like flip-flop. I hate wearing flip-flops, right? Like I wear shoes. Like I like wearing shoes and I like wearing socks. Like I don't know, it's just you know, whatever. So my toe, you know, because it's like in between, is like always held in place. So I didn't go to the doctor. I didn't tell anyone about it. It was very hard to walk on for like a few like weeks. I always had to walk on my heel, on my right foot. But yeah, I never told anyone about that. It's so weird that I think about that now. Sharing all the secrets tonight. Yeah, I was. The way that it happened was I was waiting for the bus for school. I was like must have been in like 10th grade or something, and I was waiting for the bus, for the school bus, and I want to say it must have been right after some kind of holiday. At the time I was living in this really bad neighborhood. And there was always like police out, and it was like one of those like trailer parks where there's like always drama going on and stuff. And so what had happened was there was like a holiday, and right where the stop was for the bus, right there was this family that always had they always had police there. They always had like drama going on, and they I remember the day that this like so vividly. So on that holiday, the wife got mad at the husband or something. I think he came home drunk or something, and so she took a stack of plates and she threw it at him. She kept throwing them, and like I had watched this from my house, right? And so she like kept throwing these plates at him. So the next day when I went to school, all of the plates were shattered on the ground. Like, cause no one had cleaned it up, right? Like, so all the plates were like out there. And so this is so stupid. And I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't thinking, but I went around and I kept kicking the shards of the plates, the shards of the plates around, and at some point I guess I misjudged how far down I needed to push my foot, and I actually ended up kicking the concrete at full force and broke my toe. I know, not very exciting of a story. It's really not an exciting story, but that is how that happened. I with full force I kicked the ground. I kicked the concrete street with my foot because I misjudged, and I literally just like full force like hammered my freaking foot into the ground and like broke my index toe. Oh yeah. Hi, how are you, John? I'm getting cold. Ooh, I don't know why I'm getting cold. I wanna grab my my cardigan, but I can't move. We're in enemy territory. I've never played Guild Wars 2. Is this still a good community for first time starters? 100%. So right now, Guild Wars 2 is doing really, really good, especially for new players. I was just in earlier during the stream. I was playing That's Some Serious Power. Yeah, and I heard it even. I heard it crack. Like in my shoe, I heard, like out of my shoe, I heard the toe crack. So it was bad. But yeah. There you go. That's how I broke my toe. The end. That's the only bone I've ever broken. Where did my team just go? I don't know where they went. I'm dead. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hello. Oh, I'm back. I got back up and went back down. But yeah, it's a really good time to start Guild Wars 2. The community is amazing. The current expansion going on is being very well received. I don't know what kind of MMOs you've played. It plays very differently from other MMOs. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Question mark, question mark. Stranger Forever? Why does it say it like that? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know if you're like a raider, right? Like there's different kinds of MMO players, right? But if you're like into raids, like raiding and stuff like that, they're actually bringing out this, not tomorrow, but the coming Tuesday, they're bringing out an update to raiding, which is going to kind of streamline the raiding experience and actually bring leaderboards for raids, meaning that there's going to be like some competitiveness being added to the raiding scene. And that's going to bring in a lot more people into the raiding scene, the end game scene there. But there's definitely a lot of new players. There's still a lot of population in the lower maps. Like I said earlier, I went through, I was doing my weeklies. You know, some of you guys might not be able to see it if you're looking vertically. I'm currently looking on the right side of my screen there, but I was doing my weeklies and I was in starter maps, and there was like a ton of people in the starter maps doing all kinds of events and stuff like that. So mostly WoW back in the day. WoW you can't. I know. I gotta get my card. You're right. Hold on. Sorry guys. Hold on. Let me put that on. I'm like shivering. I don't know why. Like I can feel the chill. Hold on. Almost there. It was like that there aren't 100 actions on your toolbar. Yeah, so, hold on. Let me sit down. I don't know why I'm trying to have this conversation while I'm standing up. All right, better. I don't know why all of a sudden it was just like, got cold. Oops. Yeah, so that is a nice thing. I guess for some people that it might be a little bit of a turnoff that like, so the first half of my bar is dependent on my weapon that I have in my hand. So right now I have a hammer, and I actually have a long range hammer. So I actually throw almost like an illusionary hammer that I summon that I throw out of my hammer. But like I can switch over and I have a scepter and shield. This class that I'm playing is a Revenant. It's a little different than other classes. The Revenant tends to use weapons a little differently than other classes. So the hammer is not a traditional hammer, but it's a hammer that I throw. And then the scepter is actually kind of like a long-range sword in a way, where it kind of has like this long beam that comes out of it, and I use it like kind of like a sword. And I do have a beam attack and other things here too, but and then a shield, but it changes my first bar. And the Revenant also works different on the way that my utility skills work, depending on the legend that I have. So right now I'm in the Dragon stance and I have these skills, but if I swap over to my Assassin stance, I now have other utility skills. But that's not how most of the classes work. Oh my god, I gotta get through these enemies here. But it's a very interesting game. I mean, it plays very, very differently from WoW, but it has a super active community. And the best way for you to find out if it's for you or not is the core game is free to play, right? So, you know, if you're gonna be, you know, you can use my referral link. I have in my YouTube description, I have a referral link for for free to play. So if you're gonna get the game or try it out or whatever, make sure to use that. But even if you don't use it, which is fine, you don't have to, you know, would just help me out. But nonetheless, I mean, it's Jesus, dead again. My good God, what a failure. But yeah, there's a lot to love about this game. I really enjoy it. I have a really good time with it. I just checked earlier. Oops. I have now played almost 11,000 hours. Over 2,832 days. And the new elite specializations that were added, which are, so you have 9 professions in the game, but then you have elite specializations which kind of change the core of what the class does in like different ways. So for example, you have the Mesmer, which is like this illusionary mage, and the Mesmer summons clones, like illusions of themselves, to attack the enemy and kind of confuse them, and then you can have you can explode them for different effects. You can send them to run to enemies and explode and cause like different effects on the enemy. And so that's like the core of what the Mesmer is, right? And you use like different illusionary techniques and stuff like that. And so, for example, to kind of talk about elite specializations, so the first elite specialization that came out was for the Mesmer was the Chronomancer. And so when you're Chronomancer as a Mesmer, you get a little bit of mastery over time. And so you have like time-based abilities that you get, and you get a new shatter, right? So the clones, you can send them to enemies and shatter your clones, and you have 4 of them. You actually get a 5th one, which is like a time-based one, and there's like a lot of trickery to the way that you can use it. There, you know, you gotta kind of have to like use it at the right moment and stuff, but it can be very powerful if you can master it really well. And then the second one, for example, that they got is the Mirage, which has you, instead of it goes back to having the regular shatters, and your shatter skills are the regular way. You now have a different dodge, right? Because as you can see, I have a yellow bar which lets me dodge, and so I can dodge attacks, right? And I regenerate. This is my endurance bar, and I regenerate endurance and stuff. And you know, you see I have 2 dodges, and so Mirages actually, through their dodges, get different ways of using their abilities and stuff, and they get different things through their dodges. And it's kind of like you don't like tumble on the ground anymore. You actually retain the ability to like do stuff while you're dodging and stuff. And so that's how they differentiate, and it kind of feels like almost different classes. And so the newest set of elite specializations that we got with this new expansion that just came out, they were actually really well received. I think overall most people really liked the way that the new elite specializations. Oh, the bush is like, it looked kind of weird. He almost looked like he was see-through. I was like, why can I? Oh, hello. You got a naked tree. You get a naked tree, man. So it's really fun and very it plays very differently to WoW. I never really played that much WoW, but I kind of, you know, I understand like common MMO stuff or whatever. So it's a lot more of an active game. The way that I play it too, so most people, you will see that most people kind of play Guild Wars 2 like this. Like most people kind of play it zoomed out a little bit more. A lot of them kind of look more down at the ground, because many abilities have to do with like ground targeting, and so a lot of people tend to just look on the ground a lot more and play from like up top, zoomed out a lot more. I don't tend to play that. I tend to play with like an over the shoulder, and there's an action camera that I don't get to glide. So, but there's a lot to love about Guild Wars 2, and like I said, the base game is free. You can get to max level. You can get max armor, like the best armor in the game, which never in what 14 years now, 13 years now, has never They've never gone back on it. They've never increased the level cap. They have never changed the maximum armor. So once you have the maximum armor, which you can get on just a base game, you're set. You like have a character set. You can go. You don't even have to get the expansions. You don't even have to like do any of that stuff. So there's a lot to love in just the free-to-play version of the game. So it never hurts to try it out. 100%. I would always recommend. You know, the best way to get an impression on a game is to play it yourself. Obviously, I think, right? But yeah, there's a lot. So I'm as a content creator, I focus more on like the lore behind the game and like, you know, the story and the characters, and like that's more what I talk about, you know, the different factions and the events and the history of the game. And so, you know, I don't know if people, you know, if you're into that, obviously there's a ton of videos on my channel that you can check out. For people looking to get into the lore as well, I have a series. I just talked about it earlier. I have a series on my channel of videos where I introduce people to the lore, where I talk about like everything that happened in each region of the core game up until the release of the game. So it's pretty much like, hey, this is what happened in this area up until the point of where you play the game, right? And so that's a way for people to kind of get introduced to the world and to the lore and stuff, especially for people that didn't play Guild Wars 1, because Guild Wars 1, obviously Guild Wars 2 is the second in the series, right? It plays very different. Both games are very different games from each other, but they do take place in the same world 250 years apart from each other. So there's a lot of references in Guild Wars 2 about Guild Wars, like Guild Wars 1, like references to Guild Wars 1 in Guild Wars 2. And so that series kind of helps kind of bridge that a little bit for people as well, kind of talk about, hey, you know, hey, we're in the region of Kryta, which is the region that the humans call home. And in this region, you know, there was a war 250 years ago. There was a war with an enemy faction called the White Mantle, and the White Mantle had taken over Kryta under like the false pretense that they had these gods that were guiding them, but it turned out that these gods were these murderous sorcerers that were actually just very powerful, like floating sorcerers, and they kind of were puppeteering the White Mantle, and the White Mantle had taken over Kryta and had become very oppressive in their rule, and then so the people rose up and fought back with the Shining Blade leading the charge, right? And so I talk about that because the Shining Blade is a faction that you meet in Guild Wars 2, and you hear stories about the White Mantle, and you kind of encounter some of the White Mantle in Guild Wars 2 as well, but they don't really explain what the significance of it is, right? And so that series actually goes to, you know, explain certain things like that, you know, where it kind of like is like, hey, there was a war here, you know, and this is what happened, and this is the key characters, and this is blah blah blah, you know. So that's kind of the stuff that I focus on. A little bit more of the casual side of it, not the end game hardcore raiding scene that a lot of other content creators focus on. Oh my god, this is just chaos, pure chaos. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Just throw that hammer, Raleigh, and get those points. That's all we care about here. As you can see, it's a still very active game. Very, very active game. And yeah, Guild Wars 3 is a development, you guys. Like, they're hiring for people, and there's job postings like all the time for Guild Wars 3, and like it's happening. Guild Wars 3 is definitely gonna be a thing. So I hope you guys are excited for that. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I need to see it. I'm one of those people that like I don't know how I feel about it until I actually get to like see some of it. So I know that there's many people that are very sad. They want to see Guild Wars 2 be the you know, the be all end all of Guild Wars, but I don't think it will be, and I don't think it's meant to be that. I don't think ever any game should ever be that. Unless you're like WoW, that has like billions of dollars at their disposal, you know. Throw that hammer, baby. We still don't have a commander. This is insane. I've been on this map for 2 hours now and we still don't have a commander. That's crazy. This is chaos, you guys. I don't know how, like, I'm not a World vs. World player, you guys. I'm really not. And I don't, you know, I play it on and off, but I don't know how people keep any type of, any kind of control and overview on any of this. Hey all, for me personally, I put 5k hours into Guild Wars, your heart saying goodbye. You know, and I get that. You know, and I understand that. I've put 11,000 hours into this game. I have created probably close to, you know, 500-600 videos about Guild Wars 2. You know, whether it's streams or shorts or structured videos like video essays or whatever, you know. It would be hard for me too, but I think I'd rather have it that way than see Guild Wars 2 like slowly die out. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather have that happy transition that Guild Wars 1 had, where they're like, okay, we're now doing another game. You know? And they, like I said, they could still keep the servers alive. I mean, it's not like they're gonna shut the game down, right? Like, you'd still play Guild Wars 1, and there's still a lot of content to play. Even if you've played 5,000 hours, there's still stuff that, you know, you can always try out, or, you know, experiences to be had. I mean, I still play Guild Wars 1 now, you know, and just, it's like, yeah, I've played all of that content, you know, 3 times over, but I still play it, and I still have a good time with it, you know, so you can always jump back into it. So I think that's something to consider as well. So, but I do understand that sentiment. I'm very curious to see what like a next gen Guild Wars game would be like. So I am curious about that for sure. My good God, I just want to capture this keep, please. I just have a very selfish reason for being here today. I didn't play any, so just so you guys know, the reason I usually don't, like I said, I stream World vs. World once in a while, but the only reason I'm doing it today is because I haven't done any of the rush at all. I haven't had any time to play at all this last week. So I was like, today's the day. Tomorrow it's going away. But I don't, oh God, Jesus, lag. Weekly bonus events. How are we doing on this? I need to get more. This is gonna... Ooh. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, this is what it means to be playing with mag. Oh God. Just so you guys know, I used to be, so the only reason why I know mag so well, or fighting, like why I keep groaning every time I say mag, is because I used to be on Blackgate, And so Blackgate and Mag were always pitted against each other, always. And Mag is just so, what a toxic server that was back in the day. Oh my god, there was so, I'm kind of glad that they got rid of the whole server thing and are now doing guilds, because it was just, fighting against Mag was like, people would just give up for the week. Literally, people would stop playing World vs. World when facing Mag, right? Like, rough times, telling you. Almost there. Ring is almost up, you guys. We can do this. Yes. Ooh, look at all those jade slivers I'm getting. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Give me those jade slivers. Oh my god, I keep getting more and more. More jade slivers, please. Get them out of here. Get them the heck out. Oh, you guys. We got it. Yay. Oh my god, how amazing. Whee. Oh my god, so many. How's that inventory looking? Awful. Ugh. It's like vomit inducing. Boom. Meh. Ooh, I can claim that. I'm claiming Duena's Temple for my guild. Not like we actively have a guild, but hey.
Buying something?
Me. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, you guys! Super Adventure Box. So this last year, I didn't play any Super Adventure Box. I didn't even go into the lobby. I didn't play any Super Adventure Box. This year, I'm playing Super Adventure Box. I am 100% playing Super Adventure Box. It's happening. I don't care anymore. So, I'm definitely playing it this year. It's happening. Sorry, I got a text. There's one thing I'd look forward to in Guild Wars 3 though. Remember that many time when Heart of Thorns hit that massive breath of fresh air? I feel like it hasn't happened since. I feel like there were moments where that did happen, but I do know exactly what you're talking about. I think the reason why it was like that in the moment for Heart of Thorns was because, you know, for the longest time ArenaNet had kept the whole idea of, hey, we're not doing expansions, blah blah blah, and then they went back on that and they were like, we're doing expansions. And then there was like a 6-month period where, you know, they didn't where we're waiting for Heart of Thorns to come out, and then it finally came out, right? Like, I think it was just like that anticipation, and then we finally get to go into like the new maps with like elite specializations and like all these things, right? Heart of Thorns was like a first for a lot of things. You know, we got like elite specializations for the first time. We got expansion maps, we got masteries, we got gliding, we get like all of these things, right, that were like all introduced with like Heart of Thorns. So I think it was like a mixture of a lot of those things, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Like that feeling, that moment of like, you know, this is happening. Awesome. Really, really cool, right? So, and yeah, I think the mini expansions really don't bring that anymore. I think a lot of people are very jaded now when it comes to Guild Wars content like that. I don't know why we're just waiting. I'm not, you know what? I'm gonna go, I don't know. I don't know where I'm gonna go. Wait, but, especially with the new release schedule, they don't feel special, you know? Yeah, you know, they're a lot smaller, and unfortunately, the problem also is that, and I talked about this earlier, and I talked about this in my Janthia Wilds review, for those of you that want to have like a more precise look at what I think about the mini expansions. But I think the problem also is that with these mini expansions, ArenaNet, they're not sticking the landing. So the initial releases of all of those those two that have been completed. We're in the third one, and we can't really talk about that yet. But the first two, the initial release of them was really, really good, and a lot of people were like, "Yeah, super excited." But then we get like, it kind of, the rest of the releases fell really flat, and then specifically the endings on both of them were, the majority of the people kind of had that same reaction where they were like, that's it? Okay. So it left a lot of people with like a sour taste in their mouth, after the fact, right? It was like they came out of the expansions kind of like, it just, if you don't nail the landing like that, then it doesn't it makes the whole experience kind of feel like shit, right? So and we've had that twice now, so it's kind of, a lot of people are like, so I think it's very important for ArenaNet to really stick the landing on this one. I really want them to make Visions of Eternity like really, really good. Like it's been really, really good. I like it so far a lot. Obviously, as someone that does lore videos and it talks about like theories and the world and the characters and the elder races and the right? I'm very excited talking about the seers, right? We're like, oh my god, like I'm foaming at the mouth when we're talking about like all the info that we've gotten on the seers and stuff. But it's also one of those things where, I want them to carry that all the way through. Do not change the narrative like they have, like that was always the thing, right? Like they changed the characters and the narrative and the story and like all of these things halfway through the expansion. The initial release talked about one thing and then, had all of this stuff, and then the post-launch releases had all of this stuff, and it left a lot of people like, huh? But we were just talking about the other thing. Why are we doing this thing, right? And so they did that twice, and yeah, so it's just kind of, it's a little rough. So I'm really hoping that, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm really hoping that with, the, felt like I could hear the music for a second, but I think it was just from the skill. But yeah, I'm just really hoping that they really stick the landing with Visions of Eternity. Stick with the enemies that you have. Stick with the story and the narrative and the things, the characters that you have established. And make sure that, I've always said these mini expansions don't need to have 4 maps. They don't, right? ArenaNet keeps forcing themselves to do 4 maps. Okay, well, if you're forcing yourself, if you're arbitrarily telling yourself you need to do 4 maps, then you need to make sure that you're able to create 4 robust, well-developed maps that don't feel like garbage. Because when I look at something like Bavanisos, I want to vomit. Okay, that's the feeling that I get when I go into Bavanisos. Not because the way it looks, but because of just how shit of a map it is. Like, it's not a good map. It's content-wise is shit. The meta event is all over the fucking place. The events are just there's nothing interesting. It's void of any heart. It's just not good. So, and I love this game. I'm not trying to like say anything against ArenaNet or say anything against whatever, right? Like, it's obviously, I just think that I know that the reason where the judgment is coming from is because I know I've seen what ArenaNet can do, and I know they can do a lot better than what Bavanisos was, right? So that is my hope, that we have an expansion that ends on like a really high note. You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. sort of really felt off. Couldn't even get myself to grind to the end. Jersey was better though. As a Char fanboy, it was good to see Titans again. I mean, for that sense, yeah, I guess it was nice to see the Titans and stuff, but you know, for someone that has like specifically made content for the lore and for the characters and for the world and stuff like that, you know, it was great to see the Titans, but it was like the shift in narrative was so like just like Secrets of the Obscure, Janthia Wilds had the same thing, where all of a sudden, you know, because you gotta think back. So Janthia Wilds came out, and the first two maps talked about, you know, we got introduced to the Lowland Coden, right? And we got to learn all about their life, and you know, everyone was horny for bears for, you know, about like, you know, 3 months or whatever, right? You know, and it's fine, I guess. You know, I hate that we're like sexualizing the content in that way. I don't know, it's weird to me. I get that there's an appeal for that, like sex sells and all that, whatever, you know, and it's funny, and it's, you know, there's something to be said for that. But you know, we learned about the Lowland Coden and like the Titans return, and we learn about the village of Gavril and the White Mantle, and like we learn a little bit more of the origin of the White Mantle and a little bit of that, you know, and that kind of thing, right? But then we completely abandoned that. We stopped talking about the Lowland Coden. We stopped talking about, you know, their history and their culture. We stopped talking about the White Mantle. We stopped talking about the Titans altogether, like completely. And we go to the Mistborn Barons, and we're now talking about Seers and Mersat exclusively. That is the story that's being told, right? We like, yes, the Titans are being mentioned, but only like in conjunction with the other things that are happening at the time, right? But they're not actively involved in the story anymore. Like all of that is gone, right? And it was such a harsh and sudden change in narrative and the characters too, right? The Lowland Coden, right? We had Stoic Alder completely disappeared from the story. Poised Arrow was the only one, right? Like we had Waiting Sorrow, and we kind of learned about her story and stuff like that. But she wasn't really that representative of what like the Lowland Coden, right? She was more of the Wizard's Court, because that's her story was more involved with the Wizard's Court and stuff. But it's like that's who we're focusing on. All of a sudden we have Anise and Livia back in the story, like that is who we're focusing on, right? And I was like, this is not what we talked about early on. Like none of this is anything that happened beforehand, right? And then the release, you know, after that was like, okay, we're now doing Baba Nisos, and we're ending all of this. We're bringing back the Titans. We're talking about the Titans again, and it's like, but you just did, you completely left that, and now you're kind of trying to mesh these two things together, and they don't mesh together, and it felt very like all over the place. And so I just really hated how split apart both expansions felt. It felt like it was, both expansions could have been two separate expansions, meaning that we could have technically talking about those, you know, those specific like points and subject matters and stuff, we could have had for both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthia Wilds. Both of those could have been two separate expansions, right? One, like the like Secrets of the Obscure could have been Secrets of the Obscure and War in Nyos, because completely different things happened in both of those, right? Completely different things. And like I said, if you want like a deep dive into like me actually like outlining the different points and stuff, in the Janthia Wilds video, I talk about both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthia Wilds. And then Janthia Wilds is the same, right? You could have done Janthia Wilds, and then you could have done you know, Seer Mersad War, right? Or whatever. Like, I don't know. It just felt very, very distant. It was really, again, I mean, I don't mind Livia, right? Like, I love her as a character. I don't mind her being involved and stuff like that. But the thing is that, like, she wasn't involved at all in the story. Like, at all. She wasn't involved in any shape or form, but now all of a sudden she's becoming a focal point of the story, and they're shoehorning the Scepter of Ore into the story, where up until this point there was a whole battle being done to not have the scepter be involved, and not show it and not be important and blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, we're doing this is the focal point of the story now, right? The Scepter of Ore and Livia's involvement and all of the stuff. And it was just like, but this wasn't like what the narrative was, right? When you like compare that to how the story with the Titans started out in the beginning, it just, there's so many things that just like didn't work for me, right? There were so many things that just like did not work for me narratively, where I'm like, it just really felt like those should have been two separate stories, both with Secrets of the Obscure and with Janthia Wilds. I really feel like there shouldn't have been a sudden shift in now talking about the Seer-Mersat War and talking about the Mersat history. Like, we barely talked about the Mersat in the initial release. Like, yes, they're kind of like, obviously they're, when it comes to Titans, they're kind of like integral to the Titan story and stuff like that, which is fine. We could have still talked about the Mersat in that way, right? We were going to the Janthia region and all that stuff, but it was like, but that is not what you laid the groundwork for, right? We didn't talk at all about the Mersat in the early story. So it's like, we talked about the White Mantle, but that's like talking around the Mersat and not actually talking about, you know what I mean? I don't know. It just felt like kind of weird to me when it comes to all of that. And then I just think the Absolution release overall wasn't good. I think the content in Bavanisos wasn't good, and so it made me sad because it is such an important part of the world and of the story. Bavanisos as as a city that we had never seen before, but having it be one of the we've never seen it before, but for 20 years it was something that was in the lore, that had been talked about before Guild Wars 1 even came out, right? Like, that's what's so crazy to me. Like, Bavanisos was talked about before Guild Wars 1 even released. We knew about the city that we had never seen. So when it comes to something like that, it feels like you really gotta nail that, right? Like, you really gotta nail the release of, like, this is Bavanisos. And they didn't. They really didn't. Which made me sad. Also, as well, when you consider there's a lot of new players who don't know about the old lore, having it getting shoved in their plates with no background story. Exactly. That's exactly right. It was, I agree with you 100%. There was I remember then when they did, when ArenaNet did, the primer, what did they call it? It was the primer on Mersat lore or something like that, right? That's what they called it. I'm looking right now. I think at the time, hold on a minute. Did I? Is that what I did? Hold on, I'm looking right now. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, no. But there was like a primer on the Mersat or something that they did, and I remember I like really felt like they didn't explain anything about the Mersat, and it felt really off. It was like, I'm like, you're talking about the things that have already been described in the game. Like, you're not diving really any deeper into the story of things, and you know, I made a history of the Titans video because I also felt like that was another thing that ArenaNet, like, obviously as someone, you know, you're a Char fanboy, great, but like in Guild Wars 2, they didn't really explain Titans that well, right? They like had these enemies and everyone's like, oh, Titans, and like you said, new players are like, yeah, Titans, not good. Do we know them, right? But they never did an effort to explain them. So I made like a history of the Titans video to really explain the involvement, like why the Titans were so important to the world of Guild Wars, because that was never explained by ArenaNet, right? And like I really felt like I get doing callbacks to Guild Wars 1, and I get having that, right? Like I get that that's really cool to some people, and that there's like, you know, I love having both games connected on that level, you know, it's like really, really cool to me. But also the problem with that is like you need to give new players the chance to learn about that, right? And they really didn't do that. My boyfriend watched me play through it because he loved Pokey and wanted to see what happened. I ended up having to give him a lecture of all the pre-Guild Wars 1. Yeah, exactly. Right, that's exactly right. So you jump in and you're like, you know, you have all these characters talk about stuff that happened, but like no explanation as to how that actually like fits into the current story, and like, you know, just it's bits and pieces, and it's like you don't really get the full picture of anything. And ArenaNet didn't do a good job with that. They really didn't, like, at all. So it was very disappointing in that sense. I'm gonna be right back, you guys. Sorry about that. So, but going back to the point that I had earlier, or that we talked about, was so, saying all of that and saying the like, with the content and stuff. Oops, you guys can't see me. There we go. I was like, I thought I changed the thing. I didn't. But what I was saying is, with the content and everything, it's like that's why I feel like they should have split that into two separate expansions, right? If we had one expansion that was just dealing with the Lowland Coden and their fight against the Titans, and they could have ended, and I talk about that in the Janthi Wells review, but they could have ended that expansion with having 3 maps, because they could have made, they have the Lowland Shore, they have Janthia Sentry, and they could have made Mount Belrior an actual open world map, right? And they could have had those 3 maps, okay, and then really end the story by you fighting against Greer, and what's her face, right? The 3 Titans, right? And have that be the final fight. And that's where you end the expansion, right? And you defeat them, and it's like, okay, you have now, and they could have focused on explaining the Titans' involvement in the world a little bit at large, a little bit more and stuff like that, and really had like the story of like the Lowland Coda, and it felt like such a sudden cutoff, going to like Mistborn Barrens, and all of a sudden like the Coden were still involved, but all of a sudden we're not really talking about their life anymore and stuff. Like I remember when we first went to like Lowland Shore, we learned about the Coden, and like they had the council there and stuff, and we learned about how they're not really into magic, and how they're not very trusting to like outsiders necessarily and stuff, and they're very like very remote, like they lived in these remote, like by themselves, like very isolated, right? And so they could have really like, that is how the story, they could have ended it with you fighting those 3 Titans and defeating them, right? And that could have been the end of the expansion. Really just like, yeah, the whole expansion was about you driving, like getting the Lowland Coden as your allies and driving the Titans out of their lands. And that's where you ended. And then you could have had the next expansion being like, oh yeah, but where did the Titans come from? Right? And so then that is where you lead into the next expansion, which then would have dealt with you going into like, further north into the like actual Isles of Janthir and stuff like that, and like really exploring that space. And then, you could have had like Pokey, like Poised Arrow in the story as like a side character, but not as in like, because it didn't feel like there was really an ending to any of that, right? And they could have ended that story and just kind of have him like, oh, he's gonna tag along with us for at least this little bit, and like have the expansion about that, and then have right from the get-go have Livia be a part of the story and be like, yeah, she's here now, right? And we're talking about the Scepter of Orn, we're talking about like those things, we're talking about like closing the Mist Gate and doing those things, right? Because that's how the story kind of is. Like if you lay it out, like I'm not saying any new things that are new in the story, but that is where the cutoff was, right? You really feel like there was all these new things introduced in the second part of that story, right? And it was just like, it would have just made so much more sense separating both of those, and really made sure that something like Janthir Sentry, and again, I talk about that in my Janthir Wilds review, Janthir Sentry was such a shit map when it came to content, because you had 8 times the same, was it 8? 6 or 8 or something, the same event like 6 or 8 times or something, like in a small area of the world, right? And then you had one part, like 1/4 of the map that didn't have any events, that had one event fighting a champion but nothing else in there, right? And like I explain all of that, and they could have made that so much better of a release if they had just focused on those 3 maps, right? Like make Mount Belrior an open world map, and like actually have events happening there, and just those 3 maps, and then made Janthir Sentry maybe a better map, have been much better. Have the mountain being a big meta map like Mordremoth. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like have one big meta, like one big map for a meta. You know, you could have Mount Balrior, like you said, like push towards the summit as like a big, you know, doesn't even have to be in 1.5 to 2 hour. Could have been just like, you know, we don't necessarily need those massive metas, right? But just having like a big meta event on the mountain, you know, where you fight them, and really make Mount Balrior feel like this big map or whatever, you know. And they could have easily done that, right? They could have easily made that and then just make that the cutoff point and have that, because that's what it really felt like, that, right? Like when we went into the first post-launch update and we fought against the 3 Titans and we defeated them, right, on Mount Balrior, where we didn't get another map, it kind of felt like that was a good cutoff point at that point, because it felt like there was a story that was told. There was a, you know, we had like a start, a middle, and an end, and it was like, okay, this is good, right? But then it was kind of because of how it felt like an end. ArenaNet was like, well, we have 2 more maps and we have more stories, so now we have to just kind of like introduce new elements because we kind of ended some of these elements. And it's like, but now you have like subject matter that's completely different to what we had earlier. And it's just like, I'm like, you know, it feels like poor planning on their part, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of my opinion on, you know, like I said, you can watch the video. Obviously the video isn't there to just be, you know, it's not negative. You know, it's supposed to be critiquing, and one thing that I've always talked about, as someone that makes content, like, you know, some people might say, oh, well, he's an ArenaNet partner and he has to say those things. You guys don't understand. I will always speak my mind and I will always be honest about whatever, but I'm not going to be an asshole about it, right? Like, when I give criticism, I try to be constructive on my criticism, and that's one of the things, for those of you that haven't watched any of my content, that haven't watched any of my streams, like, I always say this, like, having criticisms of something isn't bad inherently, right? But it's about how we deliver it and how constructive we are with it, and understanding what we're talking about and the scope that we're talking about, right? And like, because there's some people that will say, well, the mini expansions suck and they should just do an elite specialization every single time and like blah blah blah. It's like, but that's not really feasible for ArenaNet, right? Like, we need to think about the feasibility of, like, is this something they can maintain? Is that something that's you know, good for the developers and like for the game at large? You know, is that very wise? Like, one of the things that I think is like adding 4 maps with every mini expansion is, or 3, right? Seekers of the Obscure was 3. Is not a good idea in my opinion. I don't think we should be doing that. I think 3 is the max that we should do, if not just keep it to 2. In my opinion, it shouldn't be that many. And I know a lot of people are like, oh man, really? Like, but I like getting all those maps. Yes, but we have now so many maps. How many people are going back to all of these old maps, right? We must think about, like, annually we're gonna add 4 maps in 5 years. Like, that's a lot of freaking maps. That's 20 maps that we're adding. Are we going to be able to maintain a decent amount? Like, it's something that I talked about in the review as well, is like, in a couple years from now, people aren't going to be in Bavanisos. So what are new players going to be doing to finish the meta event in Bavanisos? Because God knows you can't do it with just 5 people. That doesn't work. So how are you going to get people, like Gyaladel, for example? No one plays it anymore. No one goes in there anymore because it was a shit release. People didn't want to play it. People don't want to play it anymore, right? So it's like, how do you maintain those maps? How do you maintain a player base like that in those maps, right? Like, that's what we have to think about, right? We have to think about, like, can this be maintained, right? So I'd rather see 2 really well, like, big, really full of content, like good meta events, good world bosses, you know, those kinds of maps. I think one of the things that's going to be really hard once we move on from Visions of Eternity is seeing people do the world bosses, or the world bosses and the world boss in Shipwreck Strand, or the meta event in Starlit Wheel, because none of those are really profitable, right? There's no reason to do them. So in 2 years from now, how are people going to be doing those, right? People already, like, no one's already doing the Greer and Decima in Jantia Sintry because it's not worth it, and it takes a lot of organization and time investment to actually be able to do those. So many times I see those fail, like, a lot. Like, sometimes I'll randomly be in the map and they'll trigger and no one is doing them because they're just not worth doing, right? So we have to think about that. If we keep adding more maps into the game, like, what's going to happen to the population? Like, we only have so many people that are playing the game at any given time, right? Like, we don't have the WoW numbers in the millions of people that are actively playing at any given moment because they're paying a subscription fee and they feel this need to play the game all the time. How do we sustain those maps, right? So it's still don't know what happened in Soto. Got up to where Mabon started to lose it and didn't go back. Heard something about some of the demons fighting on our side or something. Literally all I know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, if you want the rundown, I can give it to you, but it's like I said, it's that is still, like, where you left off. That is still, like, a really good part of the story, but it kind of ends shortly after that, and then it picks up a whole different, like I said, a whole different narrative. And we then talk about the cryptas, and we're putting them in a completely different light, and completely change everything that we'd learned about them at that point, and just all of the characters that were introduced up until that point are not in the story anymore, and they're not important anymore. We're now introducing a new set of characters that are now important to the story, but then we only have, like, the Nios releases that then talk about, like, to talk about these characters and develop those characters and give them character arcs. And so they fail on all of those. They completely fail on all of that. The Nios releases are considered to be some of the, like, kind of, like, story and narratively wise, like, kind of shitty because of that, right? So yeah, so hell, I don't even go into the Season 4 maps. Season 4 maps are actually still decently populated, but that's because of the system that ArenaNet had introduced with Volatile Magic. Volatile Magic is still very much worth it to go for, right? And the meta events are actually very profitable when we look at something like Palawadon or something like that, right? Like, that is still very profitable because you get a lot of rewards and you get a lot of Volatile Magic, and people go for that because they make money out of it, right? And they get materials out of it, and they get things. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done with this now. So, those are still decently populated, but when you look at something like Yellow Delve, like, those are not populated anymore. Like, Yellow Delve, no one does anymore, right? Like, if it's not profitable, people don't play it, right? But yeah, so the story, so this is kind of the breakdown of the story. So Secrets of the Obscure introduces the Wizard's Court and the Astral Ward, right? And they kind of talk about, oh yeah, the Wizard's Court is comprised of the Elder Races. Most of them, at least, are part of the Elder Races. These are definitely older races and whatever, powerful beings, blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? And we kind of learn about the cryptas and how they're manipulative and how they're trying to, like, feed on people's emotions and take over their minds, in order to become more powerful, because they want to invade Tyria and they want to take it over, right? And they're led by Eparch, who is in search of his Garen and all of this stuff, right? And we kind of go through this whole story, and by the end of it, like, Mabon kind of loses it a little bit, and then so we go out and we find Dagda, who is also taken over, and then we help her, and then we try to find, like, we help Lear, because he can split himself into two, and so we help him combine himself, and then we go into the Wizard's Tower, and then we go into search of Iskarn, who's still missing, and Mabon is kind of acting weird, so we try to, like, you know, it's kind of one of the things they pat the time by having you close rifts. So a lot of the things where they're like, we don't know how to like, it was actually one of the jokes that I made in one of my videos where it was like, oh, we don't know where to go, let's just go close some rifts because that'll help us find out where we need to go, right? It's just one of those where it's like, anytime you need to do something or you need to look for something, they have you like close rifts, and it's kind of weird and kind of annoying. But you end up like finding Mabon, who's then taken over by the Cryptas, and you kill him and he dies, and then you go in search of Iskarn, who's finally been spotted, and you actually fight not Deimos, the other guy, his brother. What's his name? God knows, I can't remember. Whatever. Anyways, you end up fighting him, and it turns out that Paitha, who was like in your head the whole time, is actually like trying to fight Eparch, and so you actually find out, like, she helps you, and you find out that she's actually on your side, and so that's where kind of the story ends. You free Iskarn, and Iskarn kind of does like a situation report, like at the end, right, where we talk about, oh, Paitha is now good, and she talks about we're going to go to Nyos, but it's just you going to Nyos. It's not all the other people, and so the story of the core release, of the launch release, ends there. And then the next release is you go to Nyos and you introduce to like all these different characters, all these different cryptas that are actually fighting against Eparch. And you find out that there's the civil war happening in Nyos, and that actually the cryptas don't all feed on emotions. They actually eat regular food. And many of them are actually very human. They're very like scared of Eparch, and they're very frightful. And you hear that he has this tyrannical you know, he's a dictator, and he does whatever he wants, and he kind of treats his people like shit, and he actually like eats his own people to become more powerful. And so you start fighting this war for the cryptas to take over, like, to defeat Eparch and take over Nyos, the realm that they're from, right? And it's completely different, like, narratively. Like, you're completely in a completely different spot, and the characters that you've met up until now, you know, Zoja is not part of the story anymore. Isgarn really isn't involved in any of this. You know, Paitha is now this new character, and you have, like, other new cryptas that are on your side, and you kind of go through this journey where supposedly this war is happening. You don't really see it happening in the world, but this war is happening with the cryptas, and you're kind of like fighting against these other cryptas with some of the cryptas, and then you go and you fight Eparch, and everything kind of seems lost, and you defeat the queen, but it's still like Eparch seems to be this very powerful guy, and you're like, oh my god, can we really do it? And he has this secret army that is hidden in the Citadel, that he's in the Citadel, and he's kind of bunkered down in the Citadel, and you want to take over the Citadel, but you're like, man, we're gonna lose, because as far as they could tell, there's an army sitting in the Citadel that's waiting for you, right? And it's just kind of like, we have no other choice, we have to defeat him. Right now is the moment to do it, right? And you go in, and it turns out to be completely false. He actually just has the dead bodies of the people that he had eaten, he's keeping in the Citadel, and it's supposed to be a deterrent for people to think that he has this giant army, but he actually doesn't. And you go in and you fight him, and you defeat him, and then Paitha takes his place, and now the cryptas are good guys, and you leave them behind and you never talk about them again. And it just feels completely different, because the whole entire time when we first go into Secrets of the Obscure, they talk about how the cryptas are these evil creatures, manipulative, and how they you know, how they like play with people's emotions and how they're in your mind and they play these mind games with you and they make you see different things, and there's this whole corruption idea, and all of that completely goes out the window once you go to Nios. All of a sudden it turns out that they're very human, that the cryptos aren't even demons that feed on emotions, and they're not manipulative, and like many of the ones that get mentioned early on don't even appear anymore, and like it's completely different. It's two completely different stories that are being told. Completely different stories being told here. Like, it's just, obviously, you might not get that same impression now with the way that I've told the story, but overall, it's very disconnected in so many different ways. It just feels so disconnected. And it's such a shame because there was, I at some point, I did an outline of it, and I always wanted to make a video, and I feel like now it's kind of too late to make that same video, but I always had this like idea of like, this is what I would love to see for Secrets of the Obscure to really make the Nios releases feel a lot better, because there was certain moments in the story where I really wanted them to go into this like the darker side of the cryptos, but it turns out that the cryptos, they just want peace. They just want to live amongst, like, they're not actually evil, even though they're demons, and everything we've ever learned in Guild Wars 2, or Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 about demons is that they're evil and that they just want to like destroy the world. Like, all of a sudden it turns out these guys are actually not that bad, and they just want peace and love and whatever, right? And they're all like tree hugging whatever, right? And it's like, it's not good. It's not good. Like, it's just two different stories being told all in one release, and it just feels very disconnected from each other. And yeah, as you can tell, I'm not a big fan. You know, I love the game, and I love, you know, most of the things that are being that they show us, that they give us or whatever, but there's certain things where I just need to be really critical of it, you know, because I think, what if Malik just wanted a friend? I mean, that's how they put it, right? Like, that's literally how they put it. How, like, because the whole time, they, in the initial release, just to give a good example of what I'm talking about. So, in the initial release, they make Paitha, they talk about Paitha in this really weird way, where they're always like, you know, the commander is always like, I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know if I want to trust you, right? And Paitha, the whole time is just like, yeah, you better don't trust me. You shouldn't trust me. That's not a good idea. The whole time she does that. And so, in the back of my mind, as I was playing the Nios releases, the whole time I was like, is she gonna stab us in the back? Is there gonna be something where all of a sudden there's gonna be a switch, and all of a sudden she's gonna turn around and she's gonna be like, "Ha! I was working with Eparch the whole time," right? But that moment never came. So they had a build up to something that never happened. And makes me wonder, why did they write Paitha like that in the initial release if they weren't gonna do that with her? Like, the whole time they wrote her to be like this, you know, again, trying to manipulate you, being in your mind, acting like she's your friend, but she's openly telling you, oh yeah, you shouldn't trust me. You should, you know, you need to keep yourself like warded, and you need to keep yourself like reserved, and don't let emotions take you over, because I might use that against you, only to never do anything with that again, like, at all. And it's like, why the fuck do you do what? Weird. It was just weird. So suffice it to say, I think ArenaNet can do a lot better than that. I think ArenaNet can deliver a lot more like concrete, robust story and narrative in their stories, and really, like, that's the thing. I think ArenaNet tries to rush through too many things. They're just like, they have too many ideas and too many subject matters that they want to hit on in any mini expansion, that they're like, okay guys, we gotta Keep going, keep going. Okay, next thing we're talking about this, we're talking about this, we're talking about this. We gotta get all of this done. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's like, you don't have to. You know, sometimes less is more, right? Like, just talk about a few of the things. You don't need all of the things, you just need few of the things. If you make it interesting, you don't have to have a giant scope of the story. You don't have to have world-ending events. You yourself have said that. So why don't you stick to what you yourself said? Right? Like, makes sense to me. There was one more other bit of storytelling they did that really rubbed me the wrong way. Well, two actually. Okay. I would love to hear what those are. Weeklies are done, you guys. I just want to get the rest of the flax, please. Sorry, I'm gonna answer a text message real quick, and I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna read what you messaged in just a second. Oh, I love the atmosphere. I love hearing the, like, background. One was Oreen surviving Krogatoric. Her death was incredible and made a lot of people cry. They should have left it at that rather than having the Joko cop out. I don't know, because I feel like that would have upset a lot of people, because I think, yeah, it made a lot of people cry, but I also think that it would have left a lot of like a sour taste in everyone's mouth, having this huge build-up of, like, I mean, the story of Oreen was, like, at that point, you know, was told for like 5-6 years, right? Like, starting with season 2 or season 1. Actually, technically her story started with season 1, but anyways, you know, having for years this like build up, you know, for like 4 or 5 years at that point, and then just kind of end and just have her be dead. Like, yes, a lot of people were very upset and sad about that, but I feel like if they had just like left it like that, I think a lot of people would have, because at the time many people were so involved with the story and the lore of the world and like all that I think a lot of people would have been so upset that they wouldn't have been, because I remember reading people like, they better bring Oreen back or I'm not I'm done playing the game. Like, I don't like, because the thing is that we had really taken care of Oreen, and like it was just kind of like she was part of that story for so long, and then all of a sudden she's like killed off. I think kind of left a sour taste in a lot. I mean, it would have left a sour taste in my mouth, and I see where you're coming from, but I feel like overall it probably would have made it more upsetting in the long run, because it would have just been like, I think a lot of people wouldn't have really felt the drive to continue with the story, because they're like, well, I don't want to play the story anymore because Oreen is dead, and like, she doesn't like, you know, we had this whole thing with Oreen, and now she's like just gone, and just it feels kind of bad. You know, I feel like a lot of people would just really, it would have taken like the wind out of their sails to continue with the story. You know, I think. I think the explanation that it was Joko, that kind of sucked. Not a big fan of that personally. Like, I think if we had like maybe a better explanation for something like that, that would have been nice. But yeah, I don't know. Because I'm trying to imagine a world where, like, in my head, where, like, okay, Oreen didn't survive, and then we still have to fight Kralkatorrik, right? And, like, we're at, like, square one, because our whole hope was kind of leaning on Oreen, and, like, that was kind of the thing that we're building up to, is, like, having Oreen become an Elder Dragon, and, like, all of these things. Now that is all gone. Where do we go from there? And then, like, so, obviously they have to tell a different narrative, which is fine, but it's also like, oh, like as like the player, I'm like, oh god, now we gotta start from scratch, and like, you know, I don't know. I feel like I would have been more upset had she stayed dead. I feel like they should have done a better way of like leading into her revival a little bit more. Like, just saying, like, oh, I consumed Joko, ha ha ha, I'm alive again. Like, that kind of took the severity of the situation, like, out of the situation a little bit, and just kind of made it like, oh, okay, you know. Second one was the Delves releases. When the commander goes into depression mode, I feel like the commander should be an extension of us, so the game telling us how we should feel for forcing. I completely agree. I think they've tried, you know, and that's one thing on that part I gotta say I completely agree with. I think one of the things that really just, it was so annoying is always like, because that wasn't the only time they've ever tried to do that, right? Like I said, they tried to do the same thing with in Secrets of the Obscure. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, right? Where, like, you know, Peitha talks about, like, keeping your emotions in reserve and blah blah blah, and like there's moments where we talk about, like, oh yeah, how Oreen, and she mentions, like, oh yeah, you talk about this Oreen, and like I can see that you like really care about her, and then the commander's like, yeah, I really miss her, and blah blah blah, and then, like you said, the Gala release, the Gala Delph release was like, you know, oh, we're depressed now, and I was just like, oh yeah, all these battles have affected us. There was also a moment early on during when we're fighting Palawa Joka in season 4. I remember there was the same kind of thing there. I think this was like way early on when we were like dealing with the Sun Spears and stuff like that. I think there was a moment as well. I think this was like during the first release, during the Istan release. I think there was something else where we kind of talk about, like, oh yeah, you know, we kind of feel bad about all the things that we have done so far, and blah blah blah, and it's just like, like we don't, like you said, like the commander is an extension of the player, and we don't need to really do that, because it's like it's like people feel different way, and it's not only that we as the player feel different, but it's also like you're dealing with 5 different races, okay, and like the Char commander might not feel the same way as the Sylvari commander, right? Like, because they probably had different experiences, and they are technically 2 different like species, right? And so they like probably don't think the same way, right? The Sylvari connected to the dream, and like they have a connection to nature, and they're way younger, right? And we're like technically still like a newborn in the world of Guild Wars, whereas like a Char, right, coming from the military, like they shouldn't be feeling the same way in that situation, and it feels very like it doesn't work, you know. Hell, just give us a chat option to say how we feel and work around that. I mean, they have like dialogue options, right? And they could have like different dialogue options for different you know, where you could say different things and then have your character react in different ways. They've done it before, you know what I mean, where our character says different lines and maybe reacts in a different way. And they've done that a little bit where, like, you know, depending on like who the commander is in that situation, like they might say something completely different, right? And so you know, they have done that before, but it's just, it doesn't work in a game like it's not a single player game where it's something that you could have. Like it's too ambitious for something like Guild Wars, in my opinion, you know. And it's just, don't do that, right? Like you can have that on other characters, right? You can have, like, you know, you can have Casimir, you know, all of a sudden, you know, be rattled that, you know, the gods that she believed in, you know, are actually like raising the lands and like destroying like at least one of them is like raising the lands and destroying everything, and you know, that's awful and that's terrible and blah 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 blah, right? But you can't do that with the commander. Like the commander is just the commander is supposed to be this like blank canvas that we could project ourselves onto, right? And that's, you know, and that's emphasized by the way that like fashion is the end game of Guild Wars, right? So we can make our commander look however we want to, so that we have the ability to really feel like this is us, right? Because we have created this character. This is an analog for who we are, right? And so I don't know, that's just like how I feel about it, you know. Yeah, like the speech at the end of Path of Fire, for example. I totally forgot about that. But yes, you're exactly right, right? There's like, you know, in the personal story, we have that all the time, where we get to make the choice of like saving this or this race, or saying this or this, right? Like, you know, there is different, they have done it where you can make minor choices that feel maybe like, oh, you know, I want to answer this because this is what my character is, right? They used to have the, you know, the charisma, the love, and the like mighty whatever, the fist option, right? They had the crown, the heart, and the fist, right? Like the different whatever they were called, right? The three different things. They used to have that, right? They used to have that in your character screen. I remember they used to have like, it was over here, there was a bar over here that would say what you are, right? Like, and they used to have that, and then they realized that that didn't really work because, you know, and that's the thing. ArenaNet already had the realization that they can't do that with the commander because it doesn't work in Guild Wars, and then they went back on that and tried to do it again. And it's like, it still doesn't work, ArenaNet. You already figured this out. You already figured out that this doesn't work. So why are you doing that again? You know what I mean? So I don't know. But yeah, I can definitely see that being something that they won't try again. I think that's something that they hopefully have kind of learned the lesson on. And also, like, you know, and I just, like I said earlier, like, I don't necessarily mind it, but they really have got to stop with the, like, sexualizing all the content and stuff like that. You know, being horny for the bears, like, you know, having the dating sim thing during at the Giala Delph release, where you can go on a date, and it's like the longest instance out of the entire release is you sitting at a table on a date with someone. Bro, you know, you go into Janthia Wilds, and all of a sudden there's like, you know, bears in hot springs, and everyone's like, you know, pretty much saying, hey, I want to fuck you, right? It's like, whoa, like, just, that needs to tone down, I think, in my opinion, because it's just not, I don't know, it's just, I'm like, that's not the game that we're telling, that's not the story we're telling, that's not the game we're showing. Like, it's just, you know, that's a different kind of game. That's like Guild Wars 2 After Dark. We can do that, right? But no, it's just, I don't even know. I'm looking for Janthir, for Svanir. I'm gonna kill some Svanir. But yeah, there's like certain things that I want ArenaNet to kind of like slow down on, or maybe just kind of realize doesn't work and just stick with what works, right? Like that's one thing that I think ArenaNet needs to stop a little bit on the innovation thing. Now that we're at like, you know, a 13, 14-year-old game, and just kind of stick to what they know. Just kind of stick to what you know, you know? Or at least stick to what you know works. Not saying that they don't know that, but I'm saying like stick to what you know works for your community and for your game, you know? Would have been, it was fine. Well, I wouldn't mind a Char saying that to me. And that's okay, you know, sometimes you can have that, but it was like, I mean, I went through like, and I said this multiple times, I mean, I was streaming the release, and the whole time I was like, oh my god, this is like the horniest expansion ever, because you just had like around every corner, you had a character saying like, oh my god, you're so strong, and your fur, oh my god, it looks so good, and oh, the whole time. I was just like, can we all stop being horny for the bears? Like, you know, it's funny having that, but it got to the point where it was like, you know, once is funny, twice is like, okay, still haha, you know, and then you see it 3 times, you're just like, okay, now this is getting weird, and you see it like a 4th time, you're like, all right, you know what? I think I've seen enough of this. We can all stop with this now, you know? And that's how it was. I mean, it literally popped up like everywhere, right? It's, you know, and it all started with like the Snargle books that are around, right? Which, yes, those are funny and stuff, but now they're such common plays, and every release has to have them now, and it's like, okay, here we go, another fanfic, another gay fanfic written in the like nothing against ArenaNet, but like, let's be real, like gay fanfics like that are written usually by like teenage kids, like, you know, that are like, you know, on like fan sites, like, you know, just far removed from like what is actually, you know, I get it as a gag, and I get it's funny and interesting, and oh, it's a little out there or whatever, you know, it's like, oh my god, you know, I can't believe they did that, but it's like, it's becoming like such a mainstay thing where I'm like, oh god, okay, here we go again, like, you know. They're gonna have another cup, have the commander and babysitting duties. I mean, and now I wouldn't even be against that, right? Like, if they were like all of a sudden would say like, oh yeah, Krisha is pregnant, she's gonna have a cub, I'd be okay with that. That's fine, right? Like, we know that they're like, they, you know, they're together and stuff like that, but you know, and it could just be like a part of that, you know, of the side story, like, hey, you know, like Ridlock is like, I'm gonna go back home because, you know, Krisha just let me know that like, hey, she's having a cub, or we're having a cub, and you know, we maybe don't want to, you know, we don't want to raise it, we don't want to have that cub be raised in the Farah like usually, but because of all of our experiences, we want to try to like actually, you know, maybe have it like the Omicron and actually have children and maybe have a family, right? And just do it like that, right? And I'd be like, okay, cool, right? But like, it felt so like in your face with all of the things in Janthia Wilds where I was like, I'm like, I'm gonna walk away from here, right? Because it was also like, it wasn't just like in the open world, it was also in the story at the same time, right? And I was just like, you know? So, like I said, there's certain ways that you can do it, right? Like the Casimir and Marjorie stuff, for example, like that never bothered me. I know there were so many people that were like so against it, and they were like, oh my god, the lesbian couple. I'm like, they kissed like one time, and then they had like, you know, and like all the years that they were there, they had like sexy talk like a couple of times, you know, where you like overheard them like say like a comment about that or whatever, and it's just like, whatever, like, it's not a big deal, you know. It's like, these are mainstay, like, these are characters that are like main characters in the story, and they, you know, they're building a relationship, and they kind of have been involved in the story for a long time. We've kind of seen them build that up, right? So there's more to it than just them having this relationship, because they're also like, it was kind of like, it was part of the story, kind of, right? But like with the horny bears, it was just kind of like there to be this funny gag, but then it was like 25 of those, and it was like, okay, we have 25 sexual funny innuendo gags, got it, whatever. But yeah, I think it would be really cool to see, because I also love, you know, the character development, right? Like I love, like I would love to see Bram maybe get in a relationship with another person and saying like, hey, I haven't been going out adventuring, I've been like, you know, I've been going back to Kragstead, and you know, I've been building that back up, and you know, I've kind of become the like mayor of Kragstead or whatever, right? Like the leader of them, and you know, he finds a girl and he's with her, and kind of like having that, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that, like having the characters grow up and having the characters kind of like live their lives and stuff like that. That's cool to me, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But it just, because that brings something to the story that kind of makes you feel like, oh man, you know, like Krisha and Ridlock are having another cub, and like, you know, I remember back in the day when we didn't even know that Ridlock had any cubs, right? Like, and we're now here where it's like, this is so cool, you know. It adds something to the story, but having like a bunch of horny a bunch of people horny for bears doesn't really add anything to the story, you know. It doesn't enhance the story, the experience in any shape or form, you know. So I think there's different ways that something like that can be done. You know what I mean? So, but I would love to see that. I would love to see a little, like, cub for them. Like, for them to have a little cub. Like, that would be really cool. I think I would like that a lot. Doesn't have to be necessarily involved in the story. Like, I don't want to have to go to the hospital and say hi to the cub that was just born. Like, that doesn't need to be a thing. You know, that's just okay. Ooh, watch that Wolfmaster die from my mount's attack. Okay, well, everyone sit down. Wow, one attack takes a third of his health. I'm up to bed. Oh yeah, it's getting late. I'm gonna yeah, I've already been live for 5 hours. I'm gonna head out in a second as well. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the discussion, and I'll be back around. I might not do Guild Wars 2, but I will definitely be around. Probably next week I'll be maybe doing some quick play fractals and stuff. So tune in. You know, and I'll be releasing some stuff on YouTube, hopefully. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you have a, speaking of good night, my friend was texting me. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head out in a second as well. Let's just kill some Schwanier. What's the event going on here? Oh, we have the event going on right now. Alright, hello, we're here to help. Me and my trusty slingshot are here to help.
That should do it. I doubt we'll see any Svania raids for a while.
Iron! Wait, did you hear that?
Came from over there, that building to the north.
We better check it out.
Oh, the noise on this. I always remember how like this is like there's something wrong with the this is like the sound is too loud on this. Kind of bugged.
Dragon consumes the weak. The power of dragon runs through me.
Close fight. We've earned ourselves 2 pints of ale, maybe even a whole keg.
Oh, I'm getting tired. I think I'm gonna head out. It's been late, but it's already late. But I'm probably gonna stream again tomorrow. Like I said, I'm gonna try to get a little bit more into streaming. I'm gonna be streaming like different things, but you know, probably next week I'm gonna be doing some Guild Wars 2 for the quick play stuff. I wanna probably this week we're gonna be doing some more Guild Wars 1. I might do some like Elden Ring. I want to do maybe I might do some like ESO. I want to get back into a little bit again too, because you know, I've been working on like a new character, and I want to kind of level that character up, and we'll do some stuff there. But yeah, other than that, I'll probably do some shorts, and hopefully maybe at some point like a proper structured video that I'll put out. But yeah, it's getting pretty late, so I'm gonna head out. I appreciate you guys very much, everyone that joined today and that subscribed and followed. I really appreciate that, and I will be back with some more stuff soon. All right, I'll see you guys then. Bye guys.